Welcome, everybody, to our special election coverage here at Redacted headquarters, a Redacted election headquarters.
This is your Redacted election headquarters. You've come to the right spot because we are collectively watching the results and freaking out together.
I'm Clayton Morris.
I'm Natali Morris.
And yes, we are independent. We are independent journalists. We are not run by any of the billionaire corporations, Fox News, MSNBC, NBC News, all of those tonight. So we're watching the election results together live tonight, and we're going to be taking the temperature of the nation as we watch the different poll results come in across the country. Of course, we've already had some polls close. Some big polls just closed moments ago in Georgia. We're awaiting, of course, North Carolina at 7:30 Eastern time. And then the big one, 19 electoral votes in the state of Pennsylvania. All eyes on Pennsylvania tonight. But Pennsylvania has already warned us, right? They warned us months ago.
Yes.
And so did Michigan and other states that, don't worry, we're not going to know anything in Pennsylvania on election night. So you guys can all just sit back and wait a week, I guess, and find out what happens in Pennsylvania.
Right. And the Trump team has already sent lawyers out to certain counties in Pennsylvania after there were reports that Republican vote watchers were not allowed. They were apparently able to fix that quickly. And then now the governor and the mayors of certain towns are saying, we're on it. If anybody sees anything else, let us know. Okay. I mean, you never know, right? Because you don't know how much someone is saying something on social media and then doesn't come back when something is fixed. So we're trying to see what the deal is on the ground.
So one thing I want to point out right away is, and speaking to sources in Florida, I'm telling you, people have been asking me all afternoon, what do I think is going to happen? And I think if Florida is any indication of what's going to happen, we are in for a landslide right now for President Trump. Florida numbers at this early stage in early voting over the past few days, but in live person voting today in Florida is an unbelievable number. And the record number, actually, of Republicans coming out to vote in the state of Florida. So if Florida is any kind of indication of where this is going to go tonight, it's going to be really fascinating. Already we have results from Indiana and Kentucky. Those were expected to go for Trump. They did overwhelmingly. So we have a number of precincts already reporting in that regard. So Indiana, Kentucky already in the Trump column. So right now for electoral votes, 19 to Kamala Harris's 3.
All right.
Let's take a look at some election top battleground states right now and where the Real Clear Politics polling has come in over the past couple of hours in the top battleground states. Take a look at this.
All right. So we have. What state are we looking at?
This is the top. So this is
polling across the top 5 battleground states. I was looking for the state name. So across battleground states, it has President Trump not a full point up, 0.8 up. So this is an average, but we'll see where those numbers actually fall.
Right. And so again, it's important to look at this number here because this is the first time in this election cycle where Trump has been up in the Real Clear average polling for Real Clear Politics, and that's an average of all of these polls, and that's right here at the tail end of this, for him to be up that high is pretty significant. Let's take a look at some of the other candidates now. This is the multi-candidate look when you put in all of the Real Clear polling across all of these right now.
Now, recall that RFK Jr., Kennedy here in purple, had tried to get off ballots after he fought so hard to get on them. Then he litigated to get off of them, and in many places he just was not able. Fishy. Yes, but that's the way of it. So in many ballots, and in fact in ours, we voted as well, RFK Jr. is still on the ballot, taking 1%. Now that's 1% neither candidate can afford. So it's a shame that did not work out for all of us so that we could split those votes legitimately, but alas, we are not.
Right. I mean, looking at Florida, it's just really interesting right now. I mean, again, I think early votes today, when we saw the early voting numbers over the past couple of days coming in from Florida. These are people who are going in person to Florida to vote at the different polling locations in person, not mail-in ballots. It's overwhelming for Republicans. Now, you pointed out something earlier on the independent side in Florida, which is there's a pretty sizable number of independents, the unaffiliated voters.
Right. Do we have that graphic or maybe not? So what we saw earlier was that there were so many more turnout votes for Republicans than Democrats, to the tune of almost 200,000 more in early voting. But we still had about 25,000 or 25% that had yet to be that were independents, and we don't know how they voted. So it's anyone's guess at this point. How have independents actually cast their vote? Tell us what you think.
Well,
where will that come down?
So right here on your screen. So this is Florida as of 7:02 p.m. Eastern time. So just a few minutes ago. It's updated every 10 minutes. But you can see really about a 1.3 million vote advantage right now for Republicans who showed up today. Overall, who voted overall right now in Florida. Thus far,
this minute.
But I just want to show you something very interesting here. Let's look at Election Day, okay? This is just Election Day numbers, okay? Look at these numbers. Look at these numbers, guys, in Florida right now.
So that independent, no party affiliation vote is key, obviously. That's why the candidates have been spending so much time in Florida. That's why they've been making their appeal so much to undecided voters. Now, you might say, because you are an educated voter, who's undecided at this point? It's not necessarily undecided voters, it's unaffiliated voters. So who made the bigger pitch to unaffiliated voters?
Now, take a look at your screen again. Now, I'm showing you this graphic because it's so interesting here. So this is in-person early voting, okay? In-person early. This number is stunning. This is a stunning number, guys, any way you slice it. And I've talked to sources in Florida today that said they've never seen anything like it, that this is legitimate. This is crazy. The Republican number there, 2.5 million who voted early in person. It's remarkable. And again, let's go back to Election Day. Election Day. These are the Republicans here who voted today. Right here, 1 million, opposed to 600,000 as of the polls. Again, the polls close at 8 o'clock there. So again, a little bit time left.
Close to 700,000 unaffiliated voters, and that is key. Where do they go? What are the indications that they would lean one way or another? You have to think that, okay, they're in Florida. They just experienced a hurricane. They're experiencing record inflation, record low wages, terrible joblessness, and they, too, are candidates for being drafted to war like the rest of us. So did that land on Florida voters, or do they have so much sunshine? They're all cool. They don't need to make a change. Let me know what you think.
Peace and Love in our chat here says there's no way this is close. And again, I think it's good. Personally, again, this is me speaking personally, but I'm looking at the data. I think it's going to be a landslide. I think it's going to be a landslide. Now, the real question, of course, comes after the election, and what do they allow? Do they allow President Trump to become president? Do Democrats like Jamie Raskin and others actually allow him to become president of the United States?
Do they concede the presidency tonight as well?
Yeah.
Because we did see Hillary Clinton in 2016. She spoke on election night and did, in fact, concede. It was the biggest downer party you ever did see. We watched it live. Do you recall this?
Oh, I remember. It was a lot of crying faces there in New York City. It was pretty sad for all those.
I had a newborn baby, and I remember just. She was sleeping on me like, what just happened?
What's going on here? What's going on? Now, it's important to understand here, guys, when we talk about how, if you're watching overseas and you're curious, like, well, how the hell does this work in the United States? Well, here's what's really bizarre is that we have over 200 years of history here in the United States of the Associated Press calling the elections. Now, that's how it happens. The Associated Press, the AP, calls elections. And yes, there are now other news organizations that have their own method of collecting this information, but there is no unified election commission that publishes results like after you have a good swim meet.
The Secretary of State runs the election in any given state, and we don't get them to come together on election night and say, this is what our state did, then we get a vote tally like in the Karate Kid, the big slide the scores in. I wish we did.
So, but my point is, it's crazy because we don't have any kind of in fact, news organizations or like the Associated Press can literally they can go to a Facebook page from a district in Montana, and they can see that district just put up some hand-drawn notes about their election results. And that's how the Associated Press can report this information. Yeah. So there's no unified database where we're getting this information. The Associated Press has to pull all of these little things together from different states. And the Associated Press is handling over 6,800 of these elections nationwide right now. Everything from judicial nominees, district elections, Senate races, everything. 6,800 of these.
And
things.
of course, that does go wrong. We saw that in 2000 with the Bush-Gore election.
Well,
and
to be fair, can I just say something?
Yeah, let's be fair.
The Associated Press did not call that election. Do you know who did? The other news organizations.
Right.
So like NBC News and these other guys called it. The Associated Press did not call the election because they knew it was too close to call. So to their credit, the AP never called it. Isn't that interesting?
But other news organizations did. I was going to make the point that I was a baby reporter back then, and we actually ran the headline about Gore winning for the next day. I wish I had saved that paper. It would be a collector's item.
Dewey wins. Frank R. is here. I voted for Redacted, a Redacted shirt. Thank you. Yeah,
thank
we all
you very
voted.
Much.
We voted today. So thank you guys for joining us from our live election coverage tonight. We are going to be here all night long covering these results. Georgia just closed just a few minutes ago. Too close to call. Donald Trump is 48% right now to Kamala Harris's 51%. Only 3% of the precincts reporting. So 3% is nothing in in Georgia. So right now, if we take a look at the AP map here again, this is, you can see here, Indiana. Again, Indiana already closed. That easily went for Trump. 19, and so we have 19 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 3, and Kentucky. These were the early ones. They were clearly going to go for Trump pretty early. Georgia has closed, and we're still waiting for in about 15 minutes or so. We're waiting on North Carolina to do that. So we got a very busy night for you here. But I do want to tell you about our friends, because tonight's whole live stream, our whole live stream tonight, is brought to you by our friends at DeFi Technologies. Now, in a recent interview with our friend Anthony Pompliano, Mr. Howard Lutnick, the self-made billionaire CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, who is part of Donald Trump's transition team, told Pomp, that's his nickname, Pomp, that he personally owns hundreds of millions of Bitcoins and expects them to be worth billions of dollars in the future. Trump is really going to become the crypto president of the United States if he becomes a president. Bitcoin is up 55% in 2024, but shares of DeFi are up over 213%. They're an ETP provider. DeFi Technologies. You can see the ticker right there on your screen. Check them out. They are powering and sponsoring today's election live marathon. And as I've said many times this year, I consider the company to be the most interesting opportunity in the blockchain sector. And by the way, it's my only exposure. It's my only investment in crypto, in the crypto ETP space. They are fantastic. So yes, I'm a big believer in DeFi Technologies. Thanks for supporting our special live stream tonight. Okay. So again, we're waiting on first results from Georgia, which of course is still very, very early. And we're still looking at Georgia at only 3% of the vote in right now. Kamala up a little bit in that, 51% to 48.5%. Let's talk about, though, Georgia and North Carolina in terms of what this means for Trump. So Georgia and North Carolina, if Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina, the blue wall, as I mentioned earlier on today's show, the blue wall that Kamala Harris has set up, and the blue wall being Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio, the other states that she is likely to grab, those become less relevant for President Trump if he manages to pick up Georgia and North Carolina.
Yes.
Michigan becomes less important. Wisconsin becomes less important. But if he loses Georgia and North Carolina, he needs all of them. He needs all of them.
He needs all three.
And he needs Pennsylvania for sure. Without Pennsylvania, Trump loses this election.
Right. Same for Kamala Harris. That's why she spent so much time in Atlanta using that fake accent and touring around Georgia. So we'll see if she actually did manage to swing voters to her side. Now, something that Elon Musk tweeted, and we'll have to wait for the numbers to come in, is that the cavalry is out. He said men have voted in droves. So we'll see if that's true, because that will be really interesting. Now, not only is that, a sign of a healthy democracy that every demographic comes out, skin color and such, but also, is it a shift? We saw that polls are showing that young men especially are leaving the Democratic Party in droves. Will this election result tell us that that's the case?
Let's take a look at the Real Clear Politics polling of the top battlegrounds by states. Philip, if you got it there, awesome. So these are the top battleground states right now. You have Arizona, of course, at the top. And again, right now, Trump up a little bit on the Arizona numbers just by the polling as of this morning, 2 points, just a little bit, not very much, but still up about 2 points. And, you know, the abortion issue is a big issue right now in Arizona. That is definitely on the ballot. And so if there's a lot of women that come out to vote in favor of that and want to keep that on the ballot, they may end up voting for Kamala Harris. We'll see. That could be a big driver in Arizona. Nevada, also Trump is up there.
Indeed. We just talked about Wisconsin and Michigan. Those two states are hotly contested, and those seem to be trending in the Harris favor, but we just don't know at this point.
Pennsylvania?
Oh, yes. Back to Pennsylvania. Does seem to be showing an advantage for Trump by 0.4. That's less than a full percent. So we'll see if that holds. North Carolina, 1.2% in Trump's favor. And Georgia, right now, we see going to Kamala Harris, but we only have 3% of the votes counted. So we can't know if that will shift it into what is predicted 1.3% in Donald Trump's favor.
This was a hilarious moment earlier today. I don't know if you guys got a chance to see this. So Kamala Harris was speaking at the DNC headquarters, and she was on the phone and she's like pretending to speak to a voter, and so she wasn't actually talking to a voter. She had her camera app open, and she was captured not actually talking to a voter. This is unbelievable. This has gone viral this afternoon. So she was actually using the camera app. Look at this. She holds it up, and we get to see that this is the camera app. Look.
Ha, ha, ha. That was great. Can we handle 4 years of this?
No, we cannot.
That would be, I will say, that would give Redacted a lot of fodder. Because some days we're like, okay, what's on the show? What do we want to talk about? A Republican or a Democratic candidate who would continue to drag us into war and is not all that sellable as a person, not a great brand, does a lot of dumb things, says even dumber things. It would be great for us. A lot of things for us to cover. So
I hope not.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
we
the thing.
don't want to do that for the next 4 years.
It's not in our interest at all for her to lose.
What do you mean?
Well,
that's a double negative. Let me think.
Well, yeah, I mean, we would have a lot more to talk about. There'd be a lot more. We hope
it'd be a lot more horrible news.
Yeah, and we have to hold a lot more people to account. Hopefully, in this, in an administration like that. But we don't want that to happen. Absolutely, no. We don't want that for the future of the United States of America. For that to happen,
well,
it'd be an absolute disaster.
We should betray our biases here. Here's what Redacted wants: not any one party. We want a peace candidate. We want a candidate that will shrink the government. We want a candidate that will consider abolishing the Fed and the CIA, and also give us full disclosure about the things that have been done on our behalf overseas and the people that we have been caused to die. We want a fully peaceful candidate. If that happens, we will retire. You don't need us anymore. Okay, so
exactly.
That's
that would be a goal.
Yeah. We don't.
I just would sit and read
we'll
books.
Be cool.
Yes,
yeah, don't worry about us.
Let us know where you guys are joining us in the chat. So you guys weigh in, please. Here we are live. Thank you guys for joining us. Shout out to my best friend out there from childhood, my friend Andy, who we were just talking a little bit ago.
In Pennsylvania?
In
David
Pennsylvania.
Thought it was him.
Oh, David. Yeah, David, you're a really good friend as well. No, my childhood friend Andy called me this afternoon. He was it's really interesting. He's in Pennsylvania. We were talking about, that's where I grew up. We were talking about the Reading corridor right there in the Latino vote. And he said every Latino that he's talked to, and he's got a lot of friends in the Latino community there. He said they're all voting Trump, which is in Reading, Pennsylvania.
Well, there's a lot of Puerto Ricans in Reading, Pennsylvania, especially not just Latins, but Puerto Ricans specifically.
And Dominicans. He said he's spoken to so many Dominicans who've said that they're voting for Trump, which is, when you had all of the flap a few weeks ago after the Madison Square Garden event, you wondered how that was going to go.
Yeah.
But it's pretty remarkable.
It does feel like, now I spent a long time feeling very stigmatized about, wanting to be seen as this open heart liberal, compassionate, and all of that. And then you were stigmatized about, oh, they're a Trump voter. Okay, then we don't talk to them. We think this about them. It seems like somehow that has changed, or maybe that's my perspective. And now voting for Trump is the punk move, almost a sticking it to the man type vote. And I'm shocked. I never thought I would live to see it.
Yeah. I know. And the poll I put up earlier today are the numbers that I showed up earlier today. Let me pull it up here, Philip. Just give me a second, and then we'll take it. So earlier today, I showed you how young men are leaving the Democratic Party. Take a look at this. This is an unbelievable data point here. Young men leaving the Democratic Party in droves. And where are they going? Either they're moving independent, or many of them voting for Trump, moving to the Republican Party. They've had enough of it. And yes, I've seen separate data to what Elon tweeted just a short time ago, that there's a record number of men voting now. So you could put these two and two things together right now.
Now, something Megyn Kelly said in her speech last night when she was speaking with Trump in Pennsylvania is that because men are doing poorly, she said, women, we can't do well if our men aren't doing well. And I found that to be a very inspiring thing to say, because what is she saying about that? Men are having a hard time finding vocations, finding jobs. They're having a hard time supporting their family. They're having a hard time finding life partners. Fatherhood is something that's viewed as ornamental and optional when you watch the mainstream media or any Netflix show. And it's time to think about, and especially white men are more likely to be poor, and they're more likely to die of what they call diseases of despair because of the opioid crisis. So we might be pumping our fist and screaming Me Too and girl power and feminism and all of that. But she makes a valid point, is that we can't. Do we want to run the country by ourselves now? No men around? How's that going to go? We have to support each other if we want to truly prosperous life for everybody. And in fact, the data shows that, is that people are far less likely to experience poverty if they are married, full stop. So, this is a very empowering message to think about everybody, not just demographics. The Democrats would like you to think about people in pigeonholes. This is a gay Latin. This is a gay black man. This is a trans, Hispanic person, what have you. And maybe that's not how voters voted.
Let's take a look at the electoral map now and some of the toss-up states. I think this is interesting to consider where these states are particularly in play right now. So this is what everyone's focused on tonight. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes. Minnesota, 10 electoral votes. Michigan, 15 electoral votes. Georgia, 16. North Carolina, 16. Nevada, 6. Arizona, 11. So just keep this up on the screen if you would, Philip. So okay, so where is New York right now? President Trump spent quite a bit of time at the tail end of his campaign in New York, thinking that maybe they could turn New York and even New Jersey. It doesn't appear that that's the case, but we will see what those returns look like. Virginia has become a bit of a definitely a blue state in recent years. North Carolina, of course, has become a blue state in recent years thanks to President Obama. Can Trump pull North Carolina back into that column? It will be certainly interesting to see. And significantly, after all of the hurricane-related FEMA response, Hurricane Helene, and the failure of the federal government to provide resources in North Carolina, it's going to be really, really interesting to see what happens there. And Georgia, of course, 16 votes. So we are waiting. Georgia just closed a few minutes ago. Again, still too close to call on the Georgia front, but we're watching that very, very closely. So right now, the race to 270, the race to 270 electoral votes, President Trump with 19 right now in that win column, 19 with Indiana and Kentucky, and Kamala Harris with 3 electoral votes at this point. 3.
All right. Well, Natalie's ducking out. I've got a carpool, and I will be right back. So you're in good hands with Clayton. Please stay with us as Redacted's election coverage. Watch me go.
All right. You're like, it's like what's it, that show, SNL? So David, are you here? Is Philip here? You guys can hear us and talk.
I'm here.
As well?
I'm in there messing with the production.
Good.
It's okay.
All right. Yeah. So let's just making sure everyone's here. So just kind of seeing what's going on here. So I just heard from a viewer, Carol, friend of the show, Carol Murphy down there in Alabama. She says she just voted. And we do not have early voting. There was not one person on the line. I walked in and out. Here's one thing I was disappointed to see. RFK Jr.'s name was still on the ballot. Yeah, I know this is ridiculous. How many of you saw RFK Jr.'s name on the ballot when you went in to vote today? And of course, he asked many states to remove that. He's fought legal battles to get them to remove it.
He was still on in Colorado.
Yeah. So I wouldn't doubt that it's probably in many states. Let us know and how that will affect. I don't know how that's going to affect things, but certainly you take any votes away from a candidate, and it's going to have he was polling about 10%. So you think about that 10%, how many of those RFK Jr. voters know that President Trump, he threw his support behind President Trump, and he's going to move those 10% over? Will that happen? Hard to say. So that 10% kind of hanging out there is going to be really interesting to watch. So again, we're seeing right now what's going to happen with Georgia. Georgia, of course, closed about 27 minutes ago, but it's still too close to call. One thing I'm really concerned about on Pennsylvania is that they're going to drag this thing out for days, and which there's no excuse for it at this point. The amount of early voting, the amount of early ballots that have come in, the in-person early voting, there's no excuse for this. It's like we're going backwards in time now, right? Like we've gone backwards in time. We're not advancing. We're regressing.
Yeah, and I don't find it a coincidence, like all the stuff we covered today that's happening in Pennsylvania with the flashcards and stuff like that. Like I just can't accept that that's a coincidence that that's happening.
Right.
In Pennsylvania.
No, I can't either. It's unbelievable. So Vermont has already gone for Kamala Harris, Indiana and Kentucky for President Trump. Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina up. We're waiting, of course, for those results. And again, I point out earlier, when we see Georgia and we see North Carolina, what will that look like for President Trump if he's able to win Georgia, and if it's a decisive victory, if it's not close, and North Carolina? This could be a bellwether for the rest of the evening. And again, I come back to that blue wall that Kamala Harris has set up, that Democrats have in Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. If she can hold those and Trump does not win in Georgia and North Carolina, then it's going to be game over for Trump. But if he can pull off Georgia and North Carolina, that blue wall becomes less important for Trump. Again, the need to win Wisconsin, the need to win Michigan, it's not as important. And it'll be really interesting to see what happens in states like Arizona and Nevada as well. Fewer electoral votes, but of course, all eyes on those areas. It's interesting to see what happened in Colorado. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the story there, and I think Democrats have used the Colorado model called the Colorado Miracle back in 2004, when they poured so much specific money and messaging into individual districts. Yes, George W. Bush won the presidency, but Democrats crushed the state legislature, the House, and the Senate, and it was a sea change for what was always a red state. Republicans controlled everything in the state of Colorado until Jared Polis, multimillionaire, and his guys got together and created what they called the Round Table and targeted messaging in each particular district. And they got out the vote. They went door to door. They figured out what voters were interested in. They targeted specific messages to them. And Republicans got lazy, and they didn't see it even coming. And they got absolutely crushed. And then, of course, they were rewarded 4 years later with the Democratic National Convention in Denver, Colorado. And they anointed President Obama in Denver, Colorado as president of the United States. And now Colorado has become a blue state. So here's what I'm interested to see is how much is the economy and the failure of the border policies of Kamala Harris and President Biden going to be a driver for this election for Republicans? Because the thing that happened in Colorado is that Democrats had a plan and they executed on it, on messaging, point by point by point, and they nailed it. And now it's a blue state, thanks to what they did, sadly. Do Republicans have a plan? Are Republicans on the same page with messaging? And if they end up winning in a state like Colorado or other states that are typically close or have been blue, do they have enough of a plan in place to continue that, or are they just lucky? I guess my point is, if the economy is in the tank and the border is wide open, is that what is going to drive them in this election? And then 3 years from now, 2 years from now, in the Senate and House races, it's back to Democrats winning again. So I don't know how. It'll be interesting to see if they actually have a ground game and they have a plan this time. And it's going to be interesting to see how it pays off, because Democrats are hoping to replicate the Colorado model in Wyoming, in Nevada, in New Mexico, and in other states, even in Montana. They're trying to the best of their ability, replicate the Colorado model to see what they can pull off in those areas. All right. So we just got a big update here. Donald Trump has now won West Virginia. So we now can put West Virginia in the column for Donald Trump. That is now 23 electoral votes for Donald Trump. West Virginia, of course, very easily, handily won by Donald Trump, according to the Associated Press. And in Indiana, Kentucky, and Kamala Harris has blue Vermont right now. Again, we're waiting on Georgia results. And about 7% of the precincts reporting there in Georgia, so we're still tallying things up. And of course, we are moments away from finding out what happens hopefully in North Carolina. And it's going to be very interesting to see what's happening in Florida right now. 71% is coming in for Florida, and I'm going to tell you right now, this could be stunning in Florida. I'm just going to pull up the all votes here for Florida right now. And it's looking like it's too close to call at this point in Florida, but it looks stunning. Yeah. So again, it's too close to call, but 42%. So 43% overall for Republicans today. And this is overall in Florida now. All versus Election Day. If you see here, if I click Election Day, this is just the number of Republicans who voted today. 1 million voted today in Florida. In person and early, Republicans not even close. And by mail, Democrats lead just by a little bit in the mail-in category right now for Florida. But so if you look at the all votes right now for precincts reporting, it's overwhelming for Republicans and no party affiliation. Also independent voting by 2.4 million. So who
those
will
Democrats
these
sure favor that mail-in ballots, don't they?
Yeah, they absolutely do. They're like, if I don't have to leave my house, I'm happy to do it. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in Florida. All right, let's see here what we got as we keep our eye on this. Yeah, just give me a second to refresh all of this. All right, let's put up the electoral map toss-ups if we can, so we can keep an eye on what we were watching here as I'm pulling up different data. So the road, you can kind of play around with these any way you want and figure, all right, if President Trump wins Pennsylvania and wins Florida, I mean, it's done. It's done. President Trump wins the election. Right now, it's looking that Trump is going to win Florida, and it looks like he's going to win Florida by a landslide. But we always have to wait until Miami-Dade County comes in with their numbers, sort of at the last minute. We know how that goes, so we'll see the Miami-Dade County numbers here shortly. And also, if we look at North Carolina, so if any of these, you can play around with these numbers any way you want. But Florida and Pennsylvania, if Trump wins those, game over. That's it. There's your election right there. And so we get those kind of early. I think that's why Pennsylvania loves to drag its feet right now. I mean, it's kind of sickening. They're dragging their feet so much, and they going to wait and see how long they can hold this out, for how many days they're going to do this. It's going to be interesting to see. All right, let's. Let's take some.
Atlanta also is like. Isn't Atlanta one that also like takes like just waiting for that Atlanta vote that like suddenly Georgia flips, once that's coming in? That's another one that seems to take a while. If I remember correctly from last election, like it was Georgia was Trump, and then all of a sudden, like once Atlanta came in, it flipped.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, exactly. That's what happens with Miami-Dade County. You wait for these, like, Philadelphia County, Allegheny County in Pennsylvania. That's exactly what that means. So my son was asking me earlier, he was texting me and said, what do these numbers mean if you look at the electoral map toss-ups there? So maybe, look, my son is 14 years old. Maybe there's some folks who are watching us for the first time that don't know what the electoral map toss-ups mean. So while my son is watching upstairs, I will explain a little bit here what we're seeing on your screen. So the ones in red, of course, are definitely going to vote for Trump. Dark red, I should say. Like, those are shoe-ins for President Trump winning them, right? The ones in like a pinkish hue are leaning for Trump right now. So if you kind of give those to Trump, the pinkish hue ones, you're at like 219, Harris at 211. And so what we're really focusing on are the ones in gray. And those are the toss-ups. You have 108 in the middle that we don't know where they're going to go. Those are toss-up states. So we don't have any idea right now. Is it Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, Nevada? Who are they going to vote for? And if any, if Trump can pick up a few of those, but also nails Florida and Pennsylvania, like I said, it's game over. Because that blue wall needs to, really be held by Democrats in order to do that. But again, look at Colorado. Isn't it crazy? 10 electoral votes. Like, it was a purely Republican state until Democrats put that machine in place and won like every statewide election, districts, everything, all the way down to the county commissioner's offices. And now they control everything in Colorado. It's really remarkable.
And it's really weird to see too, because like everywhere I go in Colorado, it's like, it seems mostly conservative. So it's just like, it has to be the outliers, the bigger cities. It's crazy how these big cities dominate our politics, like Denver, and the same as like New York, Los Angeles. Like, these big cities dominate our politics.
Right. Yeah, it's true. I mean, you get those strongholds where all of that money is pumped. And also it helps in Denver, Colorado, when you bring in tens of thousands of illegal immigrants and you give them free housing and free debit cards. Like, this is how it works. And so you bring them into these big cities, these liberal strongholds. You set up tent cities for them. You give them money. You give them stipends. You give them a place to live and other things, and they become Democratic voters for the rest of their lives. It's really remarkable. So right now, 11% of the precincts reporting in Virginia. Right now, President Trump is 23-3 over Harris in the electoral vote count right now. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in Virginia. Obviously, Virginia just continues to keep growing and growing and growing with more government jobs, more people who are government employees who are buying houses there. So they love the expanse and the size of government. And so that is, of course, what is happening in Virginia. But just moments ago, West Virginia went for Donald Trump. Not a surprise there. And we're going to continue to see those results coming in. And as these other precincts reporting right now in the state of Georgia with 16 electoral votes, 9% of the precincts reporting at this point. So still too early to call. It's crazy. I can remember in years past, within minutes, the Associated Press would call certain states. Right as, Pennsylvania closes at 8 o'clock, 8:09 p.m., boom, we already know who's going to win Pennsylvania. That's how quickly it would go.
Yeah, and I remember back in my lifetime, they used to always be able to call the elections by the exit polls. You had major news networks based on exit polls saying, okay, even though a large percentage of the vote hadn't come in yet, they could say, based on exit polls, this is the perceived winner, and they were always right. But it's like you can't do that anymore because there's so many, like the machines, the mail-in ballots. I mean, when I got my ballot from Oregon, or Washington State, it said I had until the 25th. It had to be postmarked by the 5th, but it could arrive anywhere before the 25th. And Maricopa County, Arizona, saying that it could take 13 days to count the votes. So are we going to sit here and go through all this, and then we're actually not going to be able to say anything definitively at the end of this show because they're going to take 5, 10, 15 days to count all these?
I'll just tell you right now, I'm not sitting here for 13 days. So if you guys want to, it's cool.
Get some more cashews.
I will. Yeah, I need some more cashews.
Get some more cashews.
But I think it's funny because,
let's go back to this past weekend or past election, Joe Biden. Right, we didn't know, and the Associated Press didn't call the election until Saturday after Election Day. So we had to wait all the whole week before they finally called the election. It's remarkable. And so, yes, I think we're going to see that again. And it's going to be interesting to see what sort of like late night chicanery happens. I'm very interested in some of these now where you've had these issues in Pennsylvania and Arizona and Michigan where these election machines have not been working. Like in Cambria County in Pennsylvania, that was a disaster today. Of course, we covered that with the flash drives not working, and so people couldn't vote in Cambria County, a county that Trump needs to win in Pennsylvania. That's a Trump county. He absolutely needs to win that county, and if no one can vote in that county, that definitely hurts Trump. It's very interesting that where you've had these issues with voting machines and where you've had these issues with in Pennsylvania, in Martinsburg and Johnstown, where the poll workers showed up and they had the wrong ballots, they had the wrong tabulation machines. This is happening. And it's been happening in Trump areas. So, you can draw your own conspiracy theories about it if you want to. But now that they've extended, they've said, okay, we're going to allow you to vote for an extra few hours. How will that affect things in those particular states? And also, people went to vote before work and they were told they couldn't vote. So then they got to go to work, and then maybe they come home, they got to deal with their kids, they got other stuff. They might not even be able to go and vote in person because they have some other commitment. They planned to go vote that morning, and now they couldn't.
Well, and make this make sense. So back when we hand counted, we had paper ballots and IDs, we hand counted, we were done by the end of the day. Now we've got computers that should make it more efficient, and I mean, their computers counting it, and now it's taking like a week. Like, what sense does that make?
Like I said, we are regressing. There's no reason for this at all. We are absolutely regressing. I love I put my hand in my pocket, and because my kids have like Halloween candy laying around the house, there's like just a Kit Kat wrapper stuck to the back of my phone. Like that's my house right now. Crazy. Welcome in to Redacted's live coverage of election 2024. The madness continues. We are independent, so we are not backed by billionaires or pharmaceutical companies. We are backed by you and supported by you guys. So we have, it's interesting to see. I used to work at Fox News. I was an anchor on Fox and Friends, the morning show, and I did that for many, many years. And now so many of us have left. My friend Tucker is no longer there. I'm not there. Megyn Kelly. So many different independent voices,
Dan
Monica
Bongino.
Crowley and others, Dan Bongino and so forth. So it's a new era, and I think you're seeing the death of legacy media, and I think the rise of this. I mean, the fact that there's more people. Here we have 25,000 of you watching right now on YouTube, which is great. And what are our Rumble numbers right now? And then on X. So earlier today, I had 80,000 of you watching our earlier live show today. So thank you guys for subscribing and being a part of independent media and supporting independent journalism. It's really, really valuable. And we couldn't do it without you. We're a small team. We're a very small team. We don't have hundreds of employees. So it's very important. Thank you for your support. So, David, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I want to point out, like you said, that we're not funded by billionaires, but look at independent media now, not being funded by billionaires, yet the billionaire-funded media is losing. Like, they can't get the viewerships that the independent media has. So we're fighting the billionaires and getting more views and just like the message out more than the mainstream media that's funded by the billionaires. So to me, that's very positive, but it still is hard because by fighting the billionaires, that's why we get our videos taken down sometimes. We have to fight to get information to you guys. There's certain things like we have to talk before the show and be like, well, we can't really say this word. What should we say? And we have to kind of like editorialize ourselves a bit in order to stay on the YouTube platform. So, I think it's pretty cool that we're winning fighting billionaires and getting more views than they do.
Yeah, no, it's great, and it's amazing. It's quite a time. It's crazy. I sent a message to Tucker, my friend Tucker, today, and I just said, good luck tonight, because I know he's doing he's doing stuff down in Mar-a-Lago tonight and all of that. And I just said, it's so important, like what he's been able to do and what we've been able to do, in independent media. So again, it's just crazy. So thank you guys for all of your support in that. All right, some updates here out of Florida. I just wanted to bring in some updates on some ballot initiatives. So in Florida, the ballot initiatives require 60% to pass these different ballot initiatives in the state of Florida, and one of them specifically on abortion rights. That is a big issue, and we're still kind of watching all of that right now to see what's going to happen with 67% of precincts reporting right now in Florida. Florida's Amendment 3, which is the legalization of marijuana in the state of Florida, that's up 56 to 44% right now. And Amendment 4, abortion rights, is up 59 to 41%. But again, ballot measures in Florida need 60% to pass. So it's very, very close. It's possible that these will come in at 59% and stay there and not pass at 60%. So very, very interesting to see what's happening in the state of Florida. All right. Republican Mike Braun was just declared the winner of the Indiana's governor's race. Republican. So a Republican has just won the Indiana governor's race. Yeah, and they haven't elected a Democratic governor in more than 2 decades. So this is interesting. I like to look at these down ballot races right now because I think it's very telling what happens in the state legislatures, state houses, gubernatorial races. And when you start to see things that haven't happened in 2 decades happening, that's very, very troubling for Democrats. Again, Republican Mike Braun just declared the winner in Indiana as the Indiana's governor's race. Again, that hasn't elected a Democratic governor in more than 2 decades in the state of Indiana. Again, don't want to read too much into it, but Indiana is... Oh, you brought me some coffee?
Yes, I did. I'm back, and I brought you a pumpkin full of coffee.
I love it. I was just saying...
Nice.
I was saying in our house right now, we've got like candy wrappers everywhere, and I pulled my phone out of my pocket, and there was an old Kit Kat wrapper stuck on the back of it. I'm like,
yeah, it's wild here right now.
At least it wasn't a melted Kit Kat.
I know. Oh my God, that'd be the worst. So hey everyone, Jill Stein has 14% currently in South Carolina. Thank you to the comment section for your post and your David. You want to put any super chats up here on the screen? Feel free to do that while we're rolling along here. We're watching these results coming in from Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida at this point. Again, too close to call in the state of Georgia. We're still waiting on these precincts to file in. Georgia taking its sweet time with only 14% right now. You want to take Daniel there?
Sure. Daniel Barber, $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Saying, can we agree that Natali and Clayton look very nice this evening? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We turned it up a notch for the special occasion that Clayton brought out a suit. A suit coat. Yeah. I brought out all red. $5 from Arthur Cottrell. Is this $5 Taco Tuesday party?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll buy some tacos with that. We had to rush our dinner to get back here down with you, but tacos are in order. I don't know. Let us know how you feel. Like, do you have something that you're eating with your family? Do you have a ritual? How are you coping with the stress of watching this come in? Now, interestingly enough, Bitcoin just jumped 2% in a matter of minutes, hitting fresh highs of over 70,000 per Bitcoin. That's interesting. This is a threshold that Bitcoin has been pushing towards, the 70,000 per, that it finally hit. Now, Professor...
Do they know something? Do they know something that we don't?
Well, Bitcoin is an inanimate object, but what does Bitcoin want? Let's maybe talk that through a little bit, right? Because Donald Trump is very pro-Bitcoin and blockchain technology. So could it be that the markets see that coming and that people are investing in Bitcoin, or do you see any other explanation?
No, it's very much so. I think clearly if you open Coinbase, you open your crypto wallet, and you're going to see right there on the front, right there, they're going to talk about the election, right when you open your Coinbase wallet or whatever. And President Trump has been very vocal about making the United States the Bitcoin capital of the world. Mm-hmm. And the United States government mining its own Bitcoin, investing in the Bitcoin infrastructure, and holding Bitcoin has been Donald Trump's message. So I think that Bitcoiners are very, very keen on what's about to happen here.
Bullish on a Trump win. That's
very
what
bullish.
It would seem.
Yeah, very bullish on a Trump win. Philip, if you want to put up the electoral map here of these no toss-ups. And so I think Bitcoiners understand what's about to happen here. Again, Florida right now. Let's put up the no toss-ups, if you would. So these are toss-ups right now. These are the 108 electoral votes up for grabs. But let's put up the no toss-ups. Okay, now this is if all of them are grabbed. Let's take a look at this and play this out here. If Trump grabs Florida, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, again, game over. That's it. Game over. And President Trump wins that 270. And you can see how he could still lose, New Mexico. He could lose Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan, Illinois. He could lose Virginia. And it still wouldn't matter that this would be a game over moment for President Trump with 287. Speaking of Bitcoin, I should mention our show today, our entire live stream for the whole election night is brought to you by our friends at DeFi Technologies. They are an amazing company, an amazing blockchain company. DeFi Technologies is powering and sponsoring today's election live marathon. And as I've said many times this year, I consider this company to be the most interesting opportunity in the blockchain sector. Friend of the show, Anthony Pompliano, a huge fan of this company. And a couple more incredible stats I just want to bring to you. DeFi Technologies, because if Donald Trump is indeed elected president, he wants to create a national Bitcoin stockpile, okay? And I want to highlight the stellar balance sheet of DeFi Technologies. As of September 30th, cash and their balance of USDT stood at approximately 14.6 million. The company also purchased and holds 204 Bitcoin and diversified its treasury holdings with 81.3 Ethereum, 246,000 ADA, DOT, Sol, Uni, AVAX, Core tokens, all totaling approximately $29 million. Research this company, guys. I'm a big investor in this company. I believe in them deeply. It's my only exposure in this sector. So this whole show today is brought to you by our friends at DeFi Technologies. A big fan of these guys. And I see a lot of people who've invested in them and so will say in the chat, thank you for the recommendation on DeFi because it's surged over 200%. So yeah. Huge fans.
All right. $10. Thank you from M. Williams, 64, from Cincinnati, Ohio. Great job, team. Thank you for joining us. We decided to do this. We didn't know who would join us. We're tickled pink that you're here on election night. Drink your coffee while it's hot. It's making me anxious that you're not doing this.
I'm driving the train.
I can talk for a little bit. Have you seen then that Georgia now has about 13% reporting? Now, when we talked about this earlier, maybe you did this while I was gone, it was trending for Kamala Harris, but that has flipped big time. Now 61% seems to be in favor of Donald Trump with only 13% of the vote in. So will that continue as that vote continues to be counted? CNN reportedly already starting to panic about Georgia and Florida specifically and North Carolina because if that southern wall all turns red, then it will be near impossible for Kamala Harris to get the electoral votes that she needs.
Hold on, though. Hold on. The New York Times said if there's a Trump win, be patient because all the votes got to take a week to come in. So if you see Trump win tonight, the New York Times wants you to just hold on. Don't get too excited.
Yes.
But they're demonic liars. So I'm going to feel how I want to feel. So, okay. I don't let the New York Times tell me how to feel. If they say don't get excited, I'm going to go ahead and get excited. I'll do what I want.
Yeah, they said the same thing in 2020. It's
right.
David Booth says, I'm Canadian, but I want Trump to win. Gerald Ferry, but the coffee is poisoned. My wife would never
How dare you?
Poison my coffee.
Especially live on stream. I mean, it's going to do that. You can do it offline.
Well, the reason I did this is because Clayton can drink coffee late at night, and it gives him a bit of a boost, but he can go to sleep about 20 minutes later. I, however, will be sneezing with my eyes open if I drank that. You can?
I can't drink coffee past noon. Yeah. If I have it past noon, can't go to bed.
But Philip, you can?
I can drink a cup of coffee and go take a nap. Yeah, that's not a problem.
That's like me. My dad.
That's so weird.
My dad could drink a whole huge ass coffee at night, sit there on the couch or sit there on the recliner and fall asleep.
Even tonight, where I thought, okay, I don't know what this night's going to shape up to be for us, so we'll see what happens. I felt like I can't do that because I'll just be up all night and then.
Yeah.
I'll be suffering.
Normally right around this time you're falling asleep. So
yeah.
All right. So just to kind of bring everyone up to speed here, we are live watching our election returns. And of course, we're waiting on North Carolina. which just closed or is closing, has already closed, of course. We're just still waiting on results there. 3% of the votes counted there, way too close to call inside of North Carolina, Virginia as well, South Carolina and Georgia. So I'm really curious to see what's going to happen in Georgia, because it's not a huge number of electoral votes, 16, and if President Trump loses it, I mean, he still has to win Pennsylvania. But to me, Georgia is a real bellwether here, because if he cleans up and and takes Georgia in a big way, this could be a game changer for the election. And I think, of course, right now what we're seeing in Florida is a landslide. It's looking like in Florida.
That Democrats like to say, they pander to the black vote in Georgia. They tell them that they're disadvantaged. They tell them that they need to vote for Democrats because they're the only ones who care about racial justice and all that bullshit. So if Donald Trump was able to deliver a better message on the economy, on border safety, well, then we'll see the turnout that we expect.
Right. So I want to go back to Florida's numbers here. Again, I've been showing this all day today, but it's unbelievable what's happening in Florida right now. This is all, okay, so it's broken down by Election Day, in person and early. If we look just at Election Day, you can see here the number of Republicans who voted today.
Almost twice as many for today only.
Why is this shifted now? This is very bizarre. This has been updated. This is totally different than it was just a few minutes ago. So in-person early, Republicans dominated the in-person early voting. Not even close, really, by 1 million votes. And mail-in ballots, Democrats lead that in Florida. But Election Day, they've revised this down now. It's very weird, because this was dominated earlier by Republicans. Well over 1 million today voted.
Maybe you were looking at total?
No, I was looking at Election Day. Wind the tape back, right, Philip? And Philip catches this stuff.
Yeah.
This was well over 1 million. Curious why this has been revised down now. That's a little troubling.
I would like to compare.
There's a mystery.
Go back. I wish we could go back and look at the Democrat number and see if it stayed the same, and if the Trump one is the only one that went down. That would be interesting.
Right.
Some of this has been revised, and I can see that,
to take a look again at that independent vote, which is still high, and I can't remember what it was before, but possibly the independent vote those people have been ascribed over.
If only we could use the Wayback Machine and check it.
Right. But we can't, because the Internet Archive has been under constant attack, so we can't look at that. Let's put up some of the battleground polls, if you would, Philip, as we kind of get our numbers in here and take a look at North Carolina. So polls are about to close in more than a dozen states right now. President Trump with a 32-3 lead right now in the electoral votes. Of course, those don't mean a lot at this early stage, because, of course, these were states that were going to go that way anyway. But we are seeing the early numbers coming in from Ohio now, 22% of electoral votes, 22% of precincts reporting in Ohio, and it is trending blue at this point. But that's nothing to sneeze at, because
Georgia was too about half hour ago.
Yeah, and again,
so we have to hold on.
You don't pay attention to the early stuff until you get 99% of the precincts reporting or close to that, because a lot of times you get the big holdouts, the big cities like, Philip was talking about earlier. Yes, Atlanta, and of course, Miami-Dade County in Florida as well, which used to be, is usually a holdout. So, all right, we are waiting patiently for Pennsylvania, which is just now closing. All right, Pennsylvania closing. Just now.
All right.
And we will see.
But again, voters that are inline, do you say online or inline, will get to cast their ballots. And Pennsylvania has warned us many times, so did Barack Obama today, that we may not know the results of that state tonight. So we'll see. We just got a super chat that said, can you throw that one up, David? That said it's supposed to be election day, not election week. Because, we can't stand it. In this era of instantaneous communications, we can't stand the wait. I myself can't. So do you want to toss to a few other super chats? This one,
I just want to really quick. So, Clayton, I went back to see on the VOD of the show. And funny enough, I clicked the button and I landed right on the screen that shows Republicans had 1,466,000 election day, and Democrats had 613, 329. So both did go down. And no party had 603, 151. And I think the one you just showed they had like 674. So
Yeah.
Did the independent vote change?
That would be the no party affiliation, right?
And
Yeah, so it looks like if you can go back to what you have, I think the no party affiliation looks like it went up to like 70,000, and Democrat and Republican both went down. Democrat went down about 100,000, and looks like Republican went down about 100,000.
Okay, all right.
Are we able to get sound on my device?
Yes.
Did we figure
have
that
sound
we
if
did?
you switch to it? Yep.
Okay, so I want to play this now. We just found out that in Milwaukee, 30,000 absentee ballots are now to be need to be recounted in Wisconsin. This is just coming in, and I want to play this for you.
Yeah, we're not getting that audio. You do have audio, but we're not getting it. Hold on.
All right, so what you're seeing here is that we got our first recount that has now been officially announced. 30,000 absentee ballots need to be recounted in Milwaukee. Can you
Find out why.
So, sorry we didn't have the sound. I thought we had sound, but
Yeah, it's showing you do have sound, but it's like really low. Like I just can't hear it. It's going out. I see it.
All right. You guys can hear that. But anyway, I just wanted to bring that to you now. So we got 30,000 election officials announcing they're recounting 30,000 absentee ballots after discovering the scanning machine door wasn't properly closed.
Yes, they're calling it a sealing error on the tabulation machines.
Okay.
It's out of an abundance of caution, according to city spokesperson Jeff Fleming, said because they were not fully sealed, human error, and not fully sealed, we're going to zero them out again and rerun the balance that has already been processed. So a spokesperson for the Milwaukee Election Commission said the doors had not been properly closed on the tabulation machines. It's a PC load letter, if you will. So the error was not discovered until city officials had a final count. And they said that now the final count won't be ready until early morning hours.
Okay. I do want to play this for you because this is really troubling, and this is making the rounds here as well. Again, I don't know if we'll have audio or not, but polls are opened across. So we have a Harris campaign manager admitting that they're going to want to install Kamala Harris as president of the United States after election. That they're going to install her. So this is the campaign manager who spoke just a short time ago, saying that they will, after Election Day, she will be installed as president. Was that a Freudian slip? I have a running bet. I'm probably going to lose. I don't know. Maybe I'll still win this bet. I have a running bet with a high profile. I don't want to give a name away, but some very high up. On the Republican side, and said that they would install President Kamala Harris before the election, that she would become president of the United States.
Now, we do have a call for a race. Now, several media outlets, and again, we've gone over how media outlets call this, but CNN, MSNBC, and also Team Trump have called Florida for Donald Trump as final.
And we should say the Associated Press, which is really the main body that sets calls these races, has now called Florida for Trump. And this is stunning. As I said earlier, I believed it was going to be a landslide in Florida. And what the Associated Press does to make a decision like this, and the Associated Press spokesperson explained exactly how they do this. When they call a race, they call it based on the fact, asking the question, can the candidate who's behind catch up? Let me repeat that. They call a race based on a candidate. If a candidate cannot catch up, it's done. So what they're seeing right now with 83% of the precincts reporting in Florida right now, it's over for Harris in Florida. It's over for Harris in Florida.
And it seems she knew that. She didn't spend very much time there. So this maybe is a sunk cost for her, but still a hurt for the Democrats.
This is huge.
And recall that Barack Obama won Florida. Yeah. So
30 electoral votes.
Right. In the bag.
This is, I'm telling you, you don't want to get overly hopeful, but if he wins Florida and it looks like he's about to win Georgia, and
North Carolina,
well, I don't know about North Carolina yet. And right now, we don't have any. We don't know that yet. But again, why are we getting that feedback from?
I'm not getting any feedback.
I'm hearing. Oh,
yeah, that's coming from the laptop. It's okay. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, well, let's go over the states that the Associated Press has called for Trump so far: is South Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, and Oklahoma, and now Florida. So that makes up what does he have now? 95 electoral votes. So
yeah,
I'm
95
sure he likes where he's sitting
to right 35. Now. Again, 270 to reach this. It's remarkable. Yeah, and so many people saying that RFK Jr. is still on the ballot in a lot of different states. In Colorado, yes, we got confirmation from a viewer now just telling us in Wisconsin, still on the ballot in Wisconsin. Across the country in different states, RFK Jr. is still on the ballot. So how much that's going to play into it, we don't know. But again, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, still too early to call. Once again, all eyes on Pennsylvania, guys. And I'm really concerned, though, about what's going to happen on the western Pennsylvania and some of these counties, Cambria County specifically in western Pennsylvania, where you had all these, this is a Trump county. And all these voters went to go vote today and were told they couldn't because of the flash drives were not working on those election machines. You couldn't vote on those election machines. So, hey, come back later. Or I guess you don't vote at all. I don't know. I'd love to hear from our viewers. Any of you voted today in Cambria County in western Pennsylvania? Drop some chats in here and let us know. And thank you guys for subscribing and being a part of our great community here. Do we have any super chats you want to get to?
We have a bunch of them.
Oh, okay. I'll read that. You need to drink your coffee.
No, I've got people texting like crazy, and I just want to find out what's going on here.
Okay. Okay. 2 pounds from Sheila McGuire. Hello from Bonnie, Scotland. Trump fan. It's getting late for you. I wonder how many Europeans are waiting up. What?
Wait, I couldn't hear you because you're talking over your microphone.
How come I can't hear this? Okay. $4.99 from Natalie's #1 fan. Yes, Natalie, you go girl. We love you. I love you too. I don't think that's your real name, so write me again and let me know what that is. And you don't have to super chat for that. So if somebody else catches what Natalie's #1 fan's real name is, I want to know. $10 from Christy. Thank you for being here for us. You guys look great. Thank you. I'm sure you do too. I'd like to know how you're celebrating tonight. $9.99 from Jessica Dowell. Indiana for Trump. Yes, that was called. And so if you're a Trump voter, you're feeling good there. Much love and respect to you both and your amazing team. You're my only news outlet. Thank you so much for that.
Very kind of you. Right now, I just want to bring some updates while you're doing some super chats here. Keep that up there a second. Just Rhode Island. Sheldon Whitehouse has won a Senate race there in Rhode Island. Democrat Kamala Harris, of course, has won Connecticut with 7 electoral votes in the state of Connecticut. That is now announced for Kamala as well. Rick Scott has just won his Senate race in Florida. So Rick Scott, Republican, wins his Senate race in Florida. And if you're just joining us, yes, President Trump has won Florida, 30 electoral votes. That is absolutely huge. Elizabeth Warren, she won up in Massachusetts, of course. Marsha Blackburn in Tennessee has won her Senate race. Donald Trump just won Alabama as well with 9 electoral votes. If you're joining us late here on that
I'll point out Marsha Blackburn, the first candidate that Taylor Swift actually went after when she decided to throw her hat in the ring of politics. So the Taylor Swift effect is the opposite of what Taylor Swift wants.
Yeah, it did not work exactly.
Elizabeth Warren must have got the Native American vote, I'm assuming, right?
Yes, her home tribe.
So, yes, 8:10 p.m. We've got Connecticut, Delaware, District of Columbia, the rest of Florida, Illinois, parts of Kansas, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, parts of Michigan, Missouri, Mississippi, rest of New Hampshire, New Jersey, North Dakota, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, parts of South Dakota, Tennessee, and parts of Texas closing, 8 p.m. And some polls, yes. So some polls just closed in Michigan. And a huge Senate race there. Representative Mike Rogers and Elisa Slotkin are right now trying to take over that retiring Debbie Stabenow spot in Michigan as well. Man, we're still watching Georgia. Still too close to call at this point. It's unbelievable. Why is Georgia taking so long? 16 electoral votes, 35% of the precincts reporting now in the state of Georgia.
All right, $5 from Derek. Keep an eye on Washoe County, Nevada. Multiple registrar voters have stepped down, and the last one to do so says she was forced out. Okay, that seems like something the Justice Department might want to look into. Whether they do or not, who knows? They probably won't under a Biden-Harris administration. $1.99 from Jatinga 333. I never get to see you all live. Greenville, South Carolina. You're here. Yeah, I'm glad this time works better for you than our normal morning time or afternoon time. But yeah, it's fun to be here at a different hour of the day. $10 from Smokey SGT. Americans for Trump. Come one, come all. Let's go. All right.
That's right.
$5 from Jason the Doodler, sitting here sipping coffee from my Redacted mug, hoping there's an overwhelming red wave. So our Redacted mugs are still in storage. We're still in the midst of a move. So Clayton's got a pumpkin.
Yeah,
this was from a friend of mine.
Molly. Thank you, Molly.
Yeah. Molly, by the way, is a Florida voter who told us this story, that when she went to vote, early voting last week, the parking lot had Trump supporters on one side and Harris supporters on another. She said the Trump supporters had music, a barbecue, they were cheering each other on. The Democratic voters were sitting there just kind of pumping their fists like that. So that's why the Florida results are maybe so declarative at this point. There's an energy about it.
All right, I want to put up the top battlegrounds by state again here. If we can take a look at this. This is the real clear polling average right now, looking at all of these different aggregate polls and where do these things break down. So top battlegrounds by state. And if you're looking at Arizona, so let's look at the states right now where we're still waiting on results to come in. So none of these have been called yet, right? None of these have been called yet. No. Georgia is what we're waiting on. So Trump up there. It's going to be interesting to see how much, if he does in fact win Georgia, how much was this polling accurate? He's up just over 1 point in Georgia, leaning Trump right now, leaning Republican right now. Will it be a landslide? We don't know. It's going to be hard to say. North Carolina as well is leaning right now, as you look at the returns coming in with a few precincts reporting leaning blue, but that's, again, very, very early. So, again, North Carolina leaning Trump as well. He's now picked up Florida. Again, if he picks up Georgia, if he picks up North Carolina, he has Florida. This is going to be a very, very difficult night for Kamala Harris and Democrats. And you're already starting to see that in some of the state elections across the country. You're starting to see this in some of the down ballot candidates as well. Governor's race in Indiana, a state that has not elected a Republican to the gubernatorial position in Indiana in decades. Now they have elected a Republican to the governor's office in the state of Indiana, in Indianapolis there.
Now, obviously, we're not watching other channels. We're here with you, but we see some of the spin that's happening across CNN and MSNBC. MSNBC going very hard on blaming certain subset of voters. So it's men. It's specifically black men. It's specifically white men. They don't see us as a united populace of voters at all. They're trying to be divisive. Men don't trust women. Thus, the reason that Hillary Clinton was not elected has nothing to do with the fact that she murdered people in Libya and started a war for her own political gain. Clearly not. It's sexism. So that's something that will continue to get louder from people who refuse to actually study the demographics of voters that they talk down about.
That's right. And just a few minutes ago, you were telling us that Bitcoin surged to, I think, an all-time high on news that it looks like President Trump could win this thing.
Yes.
Becoming the first real Bitcoin president. And that would be really interesting.
Is that still going? Let's take a look.
Yeah, take a look at that right there and see what you can say on that.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. So Bitcoin has not been above 70,000 until recently. Was it during or before the pandemic when it hit 60,000 and then it just tanked during the COVID?
68,000.
Yes, and then it tanked. Yeah. So now it not only passed 70,000 today, but also it's currently at 71,433. So it's up by 2.99% today alone. Obviously, the Biden administration talked a lot of game about how they liked Bitcoin when they were on the campaign trail. But in practice, what they did was kind of hoodwink people who like the idea of Bitcoin and instead push towards a central bank digital currency, something that they could control. Obviously, what Democrats want is to have a scoop of every transaction that you do, cash or otherwise, and Bitcoin would be, a central bank digital currency would be a dream for them. Bitcoin would be the opposite. Now, President Trump has come forward with many pro-worker tax plans that would mean that the government is not scooping out of every transaction, but is making its money in other ways. And so he is, and his administration is very bullish on a blockchain, whether it be Bitcoin or another.
That's right. So I just want to kind of run down some races here that I'll mention. So we've got President Trump is now, the AP is calling Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama for President Trump, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, and Florida and South Carolina for President Trump. 95% right now coming through, 95%. 95 electoral votes to 35 for Kamala Harris. Kentucky, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Vermont, and the state of Maryland is heavily in the Democratic column right now. That's actually surprising in Maryland. AP is calling that with 0% of the precincts reporting. So they're already throwing Maryland right in there for that. Again, too close to call in Pennsylvania right now. It's interesting. Fox News calling a couple of races even ahead of the Associated Press. But just want to hold back on that. Also, Brooks in Maryland for the state Senate, for the Senate, and Hogan, Larry Hogan. So, of course, we're watching what happens with that Senate seat. Very, very interesting there.
We've had some super chats about how the United States is about to test a nuclear missile just hours after the polls close. Now the Daily Mail is also reporting that. So why would they do that on Election Day? Why nuclear? Right now, they've been setting us up for all sorts of conflicts around this election. So in Georgia, they told us that machines were hacked because of Russia. They did not provide us with proof. They said that Russia, what was the attack over in Europe just yesterday? They say that Russia is interfering. Victoria Nuland has been the demoness from the State Department, has said that Russia is still all along, Putin himself, she said, is using AI because he's such a computer whiz now to interfere with the election. So what is it that they will do if the warmongers lose the most power that they have right now under the Biden-Harris administration? And to be sure, if you cast your vote for Democrats, you cast your vote for warmongers and for the people that control this and want war to continue to be able to pull the strings. There's no other way to see that. So, you can go on about voting for your daughter's right to have an abortion, which increases her risk of breast cancer. Cool. You can definitely do that. I'm voting for my daughter's rights to free speech, to bear arms, for their right to free expression,
to not have men go in their locker rooms.
Right. Yeah.
Walk around with their wangs hanging out in their locker rooms.
All of that. So I am voting for my daughters and their childhood and their innocence as well. And I'm voting for my son also for none of them to go to war.
Can I ask a question of our audience tonight? How many of you are watching with your kids? How many of your kids, maybe young kids, teenagers or so forth, are right now getting involved in politics, very interested in politics, and are I guess when I'm lost my train of thought.
Well, we have a guest, actually. We have a teenage guest who wants to talk about politics.
Yeah, no, come on in. Okay. This is my son.
I have to pick up a ballet dancer, so we have a guest, and Natalie will be back.
Have a seat. This is my son, Miles. He's 14 years old. And did he comb his hair? Oh, yes. Oh my gosh. So we just got a haircut yesterday. I don't know what's going on with it. Can you hear this? So we're asking our audience about your teenagers. Like, where are they right now politically? What are they most interested in? What are they most concerned about? Are you hearing from your teenagers or your young kids that they're maybe more politically inclined? Maybe they're more conservative. in the past, you're hearing over the past decades, much more liberal. And that was sort of thing, kids very focused on the green energy policy and all of this sort of stuff. So where do your kids come down now in all of this? Good to see all of you guys. Let me know in the chat room. This is my son, Miles.
Hello.
So, you don't have to tell any names of your friends or anything like that. But when your friends and you talk about the election, what are they saying? What are they saying that their parents are saying? What are you hearing from your friends that they're?
Well, there's a lot of people talking about Trump.
A lot of your friends talking about Trump.
About how it will just there was something today with my friend. He was scrolling on TikTok or whatever.
Okay.
And every video he saw with Trump, he'd like it.
But if it was the Kamala video, he'd dislike it?
Yes.
Well, your sister, my daughter Ava, who's a few years younger than you, said that there were all these kids today chanting Trump, Trump, Trump in the hallways of her school. Which is
I've seen that too. Well,
really?
Me and my friend, we went up to see the map of the election. The
Electoral College map?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so there was some kids who had drawn it and posted on the wall. And he said that, he's talking a lot about Pennsylvania and stuff.
Right.
How that could, turn the election.
Right.
And then as we're standing there, at least 15 other people come up and just start staring at the map.
Really?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of interest among young people in this election.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, I have to ask you, I don't want to put you on the spot, and if you feel uncomfortable, you don't have to answer this, but what are the things that are most important to you? I know you're not steeped in deep politics here, but what are the things you think about in your young life that you think are important to you? Think about it for a second, and we'll take some election results here and any sort of results coming in right now. I just want to bring, while you think about that, things that are important to you, whether it's freedom of speech. I don't want to put words in your mouth. So things you are on this election right now. The things the big issues. I'll just throw transgender stuff, right?
Well, I know that's not
war.
Not really important compared to war.
Okay. War at the top of your list. That's good. Being sent to war.
No, war is not good.
No, war is not good. And, being drafted to go to war.
Yeah.
Okay. So is that something you and your friends maybe even talk about?
Yeah. Yeah. And stuff like that. That. Well, I told one of my friends about Peanut the squirrel.
Yes. Peanut the squirrel.
And he had heard about it before.
Really?
Yeah, he said, "Oh yeah, I heard about that."
Yeah. Well, yeah, Peanut the squirrel. Of course, the government coming in and just killing someone's pet. Imagine our dog Grover.
And I said, "Well, there's literally thousands of people entering our country illegally,
right?
But they're focused on killing a squirrel because the guy didn't have the right papers."
Yes. See, the future of our country is bright in all of this. Are you helping to put... No, you're not putting her to bed yet. Okay, you're going to help.
She's going to help me down.
This is my son, Miles. He's 14 years old. I want to bring... I wanted to get this little nugget of information in here because this is important. Just a few minutes ago, we heard out of Florida, the state of Florida, that... the marijuana and the abortion amendments have now formally failed in the state of Florida. That's a massive win for Governor DeSantis, who was vehemently opposed to the legalization of marijuana and abortion, the abortion amendment. Again, formally failing in Florida. They needed 60% of the vote there to pass, and they formally failed. And according to the decision desk, this is huge. The decision desk right now has President Trump with a 64% chance of winning the election. 64% chance of winning the election. This is the latest from the decision desk. 64% chance now that the state of Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Indiana.
What's Kamala's?
Well, she has 36%. So there's a 36% chance right now, according to the decision desk, as of 8:25 p.m. Eastern time. 36% chance that Kamala wins the White House at this stage. So we're all eyes on what happens in North Carolina and Pennsylvania and Georgia leaning Trump right now with 54% of the vote. with 48% of precincts in, 48% of precincts in right now in the state of Georgia. So the decision desk, 64% right now for President Trump, 36%. Gary Moore says Miles is a cool kid. He is a cool kid.
Yeah, somebody said before that they liked how I was educated on what's going on.
It's good. Oh, yeah. It's good that you're educated. I prefer to have kids be educated.
Did Mama say that was vodka? Because that's sparkling water.
It's sparkling water. There's no vodka in our house.
Yeah, I know.
And you're not allowed to drink.
There's some people saying that I just took vodka.
No, don't pay attention. Do not pay attention to the chat room unless they say nice things. Don't pay attention to the chat room.
Nice things. They said rip Peanut.
Yes, rest in peace, Peanut. That's right. Be kind to my son. This kid is going somewhere, Kay says.
So you can read the chat room?
I can read the chat room. That's my job. Oh. You're my 14-year-old son. I'm trying to protect you.
It's an NC-17 chat room, just so you know, Miles. So
yes, our chat. We have a lot of adults in our chat room here. So anyway, I'm asking if you want to put up some super chats here on the screen at all, David, as we watch these latest results come in. Polls closing in more than a dozen states right now. President Trump, we're still too close to call on Georgia, still too close to call on Pennsylvania, still too close to call in the state of North Carolina. 7 major battleground states. Everyone is watching, of course. North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So you need 270 electoral votes to win this. So you were asking earlier, like, what does this electoral map look like when you have those toss-up states? And Philip, if you could throw that up on the screen. So again, we're playing with these ideas that these toss-up states could go one way or the other. The ones that are in gray, of course, could go to Kamala Harris, or they could go to President Trump. And you can see on this map, if I can pull it up. Yeah, there you go. So the 108, we have 108 toss-up states, electoral votes up for grabs right now. So the road for President Trump right now looks very good because he's just won the state of Florida. That's
what do those numbers mean?
What numbers?
The number is on the states.
Those are the electoral votes. So Florida has 30 electoral votes. That's the number. That's what they get to cast as part of the electoral college. That's the
electoral college. Yeah.
Yeah, based on population, population density, et cetera. Okay.
Learning about that in school.
And representation. So California, 54. You see that's always going to be blue. Oregon, 8. Washington State, 12. Those are blue, blue, blue. Montana, 4. You have a huge state of Montana, but very few people live there. So Wyoming, 3, because I think maybe it's still about 1 million people live in the state of Wyoming. It's going to be dark red because it's always going to vote Republican. Colorado, 10 electoral votes. So the ones that are in play are the ones in gray that we care about right now. Georgia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, and Nevada. Those are all up for grabs. And if President Trump wins Pennsylvania, he wins the election. He's just won Florida. So
I do see a lot more red than I do see blue.
Yeah, but don't let that deceive you.
Okay.
Don't let it deceive you because a lot of the states that are red are bigger. So, and you can have.
As I've heard it described, people vote, land doesn't.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Like, look at Wyoming and Montana. They're a huge state, or, Montana's a huge state, but look how few electoral votes.
Well, yeah, I mean, considering that the population of the United States is clustered around the east, I think. Yeah.
Let's see where we are. So you had some super chats you want to put up there on the screen here.
Did you want me to just put them up, or you going to read them?
Yeah, please just put them up. Yeah, because I'm still waiting on these precincts in North Carolina and Pennsylvania. So you can put those up here.
Well, we got 3 pages of them, so it's
okay. Oh, you can just throw them up here as we go here, and I'll. Conrad, thank you for your $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Rod says, I didn't vote because my ballot had extra last names. That's so weird. You mentioned that earlier on our previous show that you had like 4 last names on your ballot.
My friend did show me something today. It was also on TikTok, so I'm not sure if it's
legit.
Yeah, but
no, you can trust everything on TikTok.
Right. Yeah. Okay. But I asked him to send it to me because some person was filming as they were trying to press Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah. We covered that on the show here, and they couldn't. They couldn't
press it, and then when they finally did, it went down and selected Kamala.
Yeah. They kept pressing it, and finally, when it went through, it put a vote for Kamala.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had that number of those things. Oh, boy. All right, Arkansas just called for President Trump. Arkansas elect 6 electoral votes now in the in President Trump's camp. 6 electoral votes for President Trump. That puts his total now, according to at least the Fox News numbers, at 111 to Kamala Harris's 72 electoral votes. Why is my stuff not loading here? The comment section. Jill Stein has 14% currently in South Carolina. Thank you for that. And decision desk numbers. Man, I'm having some internet issues all of a sudden. I apologize. Nothing's loading for me.
Thank you for your commitment to give your viewers true coverage of the news and issues that affect us all now and in the future.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Why am I having trouble getting this stuff here? Thank you for your truth and information. It matters. The American. I appreciate that. If you're just joining us, we are live covering the election on a special evening here on Redacted. We are independent. We are not bought and sold by big pharmaceutical companies or the defense industry like most of the mainstream media. So thank you guys for your support of our show. The decision desk has just updated their numbers. And I want to bring this to you. Now, instead of a 63% chance of President Trump winning, they have a 70% chance that President Trump will win the election.
Don't look at the IQ test on the side.
I'm not going to do the IQ test on the side. I'll probably fail that. Kamala Harris, 30% chance of winning the election. 30% chance. Now that Florida, Alabama, South Carolina.
When will we know?
That's a great question, Miles. That's a great question. So, the Associated Press calls races based on if a candidate can catch up to the lead. So, let's say you and I were running for president, and you had a significant lead. The Associated Press would look at that race, and they would say, "There's no way that Clayton can catch up to you. There's no way that I can catch up to you at this time." And so then they'll call the race. So, the Associated Press, when Biden beat Trump, we didn't know, and they didn't call it till Saturday. So we had to wait all week until they officially called the election results.
Oh my gosh.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin they've already come out. A number of them have already come out. States have said, we won't know the election results for a few days. So just hold your horses in Pennsylvania. So we'll see if that's the case, or whether or not they got their shit together. Excuse my language, and they're about to do that or not. You've never heard that word before.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
Vlad T says, Clayton, Natali, and I watch every show. You're very important to the viewers. Let's hope American people choose wisely. I came here legally in 1989. Thank you, Vlad.
Not like Peanut. Like Peanut.
Peanut was legal. He's a legal squirrel.
What I was trying to say was with the immigrants coming in.
All right, speak up.
Yeah, it was just a train of...
It was a train of thought. The Constitution says election day, not election weeks. Love you guys. Thank you, Nephilim, Death Squad, Nephilim, Death Squad. Happy Tuesday. Thank you, Natali and Clayton. Number 47, Forever Anytime from Signal Hill, California. U.S. number 47, 47th president.
Hi from Scotland.
Yes, hello from Scotland.
Wow, what time is it in Scotland right now?
All right, you got to duck out, buddy?
Yes.
All right. Miles Morris, everyone, my son, my 14-year-old son. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye, buddy. All right. So we've got some updates on some.
Again.
Yeah, now we can go back to swearing. We're waiting all night for that.
I'm still here.
Buddy, can you do me a favor and bring me that aqua? I need a chapstick. I can't stand.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Aqua Velva.
No,
bring me my aftershave.
Up there on my end table or whatever. It's winter time now, and I need a. Any of you guys like chapstick addicts? I like the Aqua 4. I need it. It drives me nuts when I don't have it. Okay, so the GOP has gained a seat right now to grab some of that Senate majority, to regain the Senate majority. That's a big deal. Yeah, I'm trying to find out here a second. Just give me a second on this, Philip, and then I will pull this back up here. I just want to make sure on some of the key Senate races here. I wanted to have these up on the screen, but I wasn't able to get them for you. Arizona, Florida, Michigan, Nebraska, Nevada, Wisconsin, Maryland, and Delaware. 6 Senate races that we're watching very, very closely. And John Tester in Montana is really considered one of the most endangered Democrats up right now. So we're going to be watching Montana closely tonight. Let me see. I'm looking around here. Okay. Okay. This is what I was looking for. All right, so West Virginia, this is where we have the latest on the Senate seat flipping from blue to red. So Republican Governor Jim Justice has won the seat, and that, of course, follows the retirement of Joe Manchin. So now we've got a Republican pulling the West Virginia seat, which is a big deal. So there's another win on that side right now. Michigan, we're watching that as well. But right now, we're still waiting on Georgia. We still have not had a call for Georgia. We do have South Carolina, but we're still waiting on that from the Georgia side. Put up some super chats, if you would, or has David stepped out a second? I know he stepped out a second ago.
Yeah, he did a quick bio.
Sarah Ann says, yes, I'm an Aquaphor lip repair addict. Chapstick is my backdrop. Thank you.
I brought you a selection. Oh, this is Aquaphor.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know which one's which.
Thank you. Thank you, my son.
Brought a guest.
Brought me into the Aquaphor. I appreciate it. Forgive me for a second. All right. Please. Kids think it's funny to hang out in the studio right now. So let's put up the decision desk numbers because we just got latest decision desk numbers right now. Right now, Georgia still too close to call. 52% of the precincts reporting. But right now, the decision desk, 70% chance of President Trump winning this thing. And Kamala now has dropped to 29.9%. This is a big deal. And I think what we're seeing is because of the lead now for North Carolina and Georgia. And again, I don't see a path here for Kamala. If she can't get one of these two, she's going to have to hold on, of course, to Michigan, Wisconsin, and Ohio. Ohio only slightly leaning in her direction at this point, but we are watching all of this very, very closely to see what happens there. So if you're just joining us, Florida, South Carolina, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Indiana, and West Virginia, all going for Trump. We have 101 electoral votes. According to the Associated Press, Fox News has an additional 10 for President Trump. Kamala Harris at 71 electoral votes at this stage. So continuing to watch that. Let me see what else we've got here. Is David back yet? Or no, he's still disappeared.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. The reason I'm looking around here, I want to see some of these down ballot races. There's a lot of states that have these abortion rights on the ballot. Florida's just failed in Florida, and so did the legalization of marijuana in the state of Florida. That failed. and these are bans right now at the state legislature. And of course, this is after the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. So Florida, this was a big Governor DeSantis move in Florida, and he got a big victory there. So right now, Ohio still too close to call. 37% of the precincts reporting, excuse me, in the state of Ohio. Just let me know when David's back so we can put up some super chats here on the screen. %, of precincts reporting right now in the state of Pennsylvania. And we're still waiting on that. 71% right now. So Pennsylvania leaning right now towards Kamala Harris with the precincts that are reporting at this stage. So we're keeping our eye on what happens in Pennsylvania. I'm specifically looking at, of course, what happens in Philadelphia County and Allegheny County to study what's happening there. Let me know when David's back.
I'm here.
Oh, you're back. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm flying solo. Let's put up some super chats here.
All right.
Hello, everybody. Back for the night, $2 from Rod RR, 23% today, 47% in the week trading options. So is that your own portfolio? Or I'm not sure. $12 from Dusty Pickery. First reports in Texas show Cruz and Allred are neck and neck at 17% reporting, praying for a Trump win and a Cruz win. Yes, Ted Cruz was fighting for his life for his seat. £5 from Rob, staying up late in Portugal to watch you guys. Thanks for the great content as always, but he'll be surfing tomorrow. I'll be surfing late tomorrow. So what time is it? We're 5 hours ahead there, so it's a late night for you. $9.99.
7 hours ahead, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, 5 hours ahead of East Coast time. Exactly.
Right, 5 hours from East Coast time. You want me to keep going?
Yeah, well, yes, because I had to do a reboot here, so.
Oh, your computer rebooted. $9.99 from Alpha Ranch. Don't forget the PA's TV station news pre-election accidentally showing the banner for 52% Trump and 52% Harris and 47% Trump. So if those exact numbers come out as public, we're going to know something's fishy. Because they couldn't have known that, right? Unless they were in a time warp or a warp zone. Thank you for that reminder. $2 from Christopher. Drink your damn coffee. I think he pretty much did.
Been able to. I've been flying solo here.
Yeah, it's pretty empty.
I'm losing my voice.
Now it's a nice coffee. Thank you so much. $2 from the Ashes Rising. Wild prediction. Hawaii goes red and gives Trump the win by 3. That would be wild indeed. Yeah. And I've seen a lot of people predicting, some other blue states flipping that we would not expect. For instance, New Jersey, possibly New York, California, could it even? Who knows, right? Odder things have happened. Colorado, perhaps. So $5 from M. Thank you, guys. No, thank you. $1.99 from Derek Martinez. Big fan of you guys. Thank you. I'm a big fan of yours. Thank you for being here tonight and sharing this energy with us because woof. A $10 from Noir. Remember the gift that your forefathers gave, the gift of a federal republic. Indeed. Thank you for that. Cameron Pulaski, $5. Fellow Hoosier here. Go Trump. Don't let the Democrats steal this election. And we spoke about this earlier on the show in the segment. Did we put those segments live? Also, my glasses are missing. Oh, no, they're not. About how it is allowed to contest elections and say that you don't believe the results of an election. That's totally valid and fine for a candidate to say. What they cannot do, though, is once the Supreme Court rules, once the die is cast, is not have a peaceful transition of power. So hopefully we don't see that eventuality where this goes to Congress, then it goes to the Supreme Court, then Congress decides that it does not accept the ruling of the Supreme Court, then we have war. Right. And so that's a possibility none of us want to see. So we're looking here for a declarative answer tonight, hopefully before we go to bed or early tomorrow. I have a feeling, let me know if you agree with me, that we're going to know tonight. Maybe that's because I just want it so badly, because I just can't stand waiting anymore. But I do feel like we're going to get some answers.
I think we're going to absolutely see. I think we're absolutely going to see a landslide victory. I think what we saw in Florida, and I think what we're going to see here in some of these vote totals is going to be stunning. And I think when you see that 70% of Americans think this country is on the wrong track, even if just 2 to 3% of those independents come out in a big way for President Trump, could absolutely sway this election in some of these key battleground states. Again, in North Carolina, where you saw the response of Hurricane Helene and FEMA's disastrous response. So people who might have been sitting on the fence in this state that voted for President Obama, and waffling sort of back and forth, and if people are sitting on the fence about who they wanted to support when they saw the disastrous federal response in that state, could that be the thing that sways this election? Mm-hmm. The federal FEMA response in the total incompetence. And then when you had Americans putting their materials together, bringing in hundreds of tons, thousands of tons of supplies, Americans getting together to help Americans, and then FEMA comes in there and messes with those materials.
Yeah. I also very much wonder, we've gone over this report from the Department of Homeland Security about how 300,000 unaccompanied minors were documented crossing the southern border and subsequently lost, and that federal agents were able to find some of them. So it was around 600,000 that came across. More than half were lost. The ones that they did follow up on, they had valid and credible reports that those children were being either put to slave labor or sexually abused. One woman told an agent, "My husband is sexually abusing this minor," and the agent just had to walk away because that is the law of the land right now under the Biden-Harris administration. So did the people who cast their vote for Biden-Harris just say, I don't really care about those children, I care about the ones that may jump into my womb that I can then later abort? How do you ignore that this presidency, this administration loses children to slave labor and sex labor? How do you do that? I'm so curious to talk to people like that. I just want to listen. I don't know if we've brought you this already, but in an uncontested race in Kentucky's 4th Congressional District, Representative Thomas Massie has won his race. Yes. I don't know what we would do if that guy had not. We'd have no real leader. To me, he's the president.
I'm texting him right now.
You have his phone number?
Yes.
What is it?
I'm not going to tell you his phone number, but I'm going to send him
I need to text him too.
I want to send him.
While you're at it, can you just tell him real quick? David said hi to you. Okay. He doesn't know me, but
yeah, I'm your biggest fan. David's not. Natalie is. Just kidding.
I'm texting Thomas Massie right now.
You want to arm wrestle for it?
Congratulations from the Redacted community. I'm texting him right now. Congratulations from the Redacted community. He's one of one handful of congressmen that I'm, say is a hero.
I really am. I'm interested in the race from Dennis Kucinich, who is running as an independent. He is a former Democrat who now is independent voice because he has become completely anti-war. He was on Redacted about 6 months ago. That was very exciting to have him on. So I refer you to that piece as well. And also, actually, Rand Paul is one of our favorites here.
All right, I just sent him a nice congratulations message. So
That's
congrats to Thomas Massie. We can congratulate him on that as well. Okay. Yes, we got some news updates here from the Associated Press, and it looks like right now North Carolina is leaning Trump. So, and certainly, and also Georgia as well. Georgia leaning Trump, North Carolina leading Trump. 24% of the votes counted there, with a sizable lead at this point, 53% to 46% in the state of North Carolina. And also Virginia. Whoa. Okay, this is quite a turn. So right now, Trump has come out and exceeded Harris's earlier lead, 49% right now, 43% of votes, precincts reporting, or votes counted, 43% of votes counted. And Trump in the lead right now in the state of Virginia and North Carolina. look at this entire South right now, all red. And of course, Louisiana will go there. We'll see that in a short bit of time as well. Again, too close to call in the state of Ohio, too close to call in the state of Pennsylvania, Maryland, not a surprise, a little bit watching those down ballot races. And of course, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Delaware going firmly for Kamala. Illinois, not a surprise there as well. So this is a pretty stunning development in the state of Virginia, and how well Trump is performing in some of these actually deep blue areas of Virginia. I'm looking at some of the data right now, and that is really. Thomas Massey says, "Thank you, Clayton."
Nice.
So awesome. Congressman, we're thrilled.
I didn't know that you. I'm a little jealous. Like this, another.
Don't be jealous. Don't let that speak.
How do you have his phone number?
Come on.
And you didn't tell me this. You just texted with Thomas Massey, one of the best anti-war voices of our time. This is maybe.
I'm excited. I'm thrilled because, look, he was completely targeted by AIPAC. They went out of their way to try to get him to lose this election. And he was highly targeted in his primary. And here's a guy who I think is an American hero and one of the few truly anti-war voices in this country. He's willing to call out the BS in this country. And he's willing to say, no, we're not going to give over our sovereignty in the United States of America to the World Economic Forum or the WHO and their pandemic treaty. He's a hero. So congrats to him. I'm thrilled about that.
Why is on that graphic the whole West Coast still no color whatsoever?
Oh, you're talking about because they haven't closed yet. Polls haven't even closed yet.
Polls are still open. I just drove by one on my way back.
Polls haven't closed yet out west. Yeah, gotcha. So it goes like cascading across the country. Yeah. Some close at 7, some close at 8. Most close at 8, but some close at 7. So you kind of have this staggering of states across the country. So you're going to see this sort of cascading effect across the country. But the thing is, we'll already know who wins this election. If Pennsylvania and Virginia and Georgia go, then this is a game over. This is a game over and Trump wins this thing. And then everything out west is kind of a moot point. No offense to everyone out west, but Arizona, everyone concerned about Arizona and Nevada, that's going to be a moot point with the size of electoral votes if Trump is able to win this.
But again, you never know. There could be some kind of urban legend, California turning red, something to that effect. So, and in fact, General Mike Flynn has predicted that New Jersey is in play. That would be interesting. New Jersey, you may not know, is the most populous state in the United States, more people per square mile. So that would be quite a grab of electoral college votes. So we'll see about that.
We have a lot of ballot measures tonight that we've been talking about. Again, I want to reiterate what happened in Florida. They voted down the abortion extension, so abortion ban in place in Florida, and no legalization of marijuana in the state of Florida. That's a huge win for Governor DeSantis. Voters in Nebraska are deciding on 2 ballot proposals. Polls are about to close there in just a few minutes. One that would expand abortion access in the state of Nebraska, and another that would basically cement its current restrictions into the state constitution. So there's 2 big ballots. There's a lot of abortion ballots across the country, Arizona as well. So 95 races called so far for the House. And right now, 95 races, there's no real surprises at all in any of those. The only switch we saw on the Senate side was in the state of West Virginia. Outgoing Governor Manchin has been replaced. He was an independent, but although he caucused with Democrats, that has now flipped Republican in the state of West Virginia. So Republicans now pick up a Senate seat in West Virginia. So they pick up a Senate seat, which is a big deal.
Now, some reports are now coming in that Donald Trump has a 76% chance of winning Georgia, with 12% of the vote reported, of the estimated vote reported. So we'll see. Again, that would be a huge win for Donald Trump to put him ahead of some other battleground states that we still are not sure of at all. So we'll see about that.
All right. I want to take a look at the decision desk numbers. We've been watching the decision desk numbers all night and want to see where those sit right now as those are loading up. Can you just check Twitter for me here and see what's happening there? So President Trump right now has a 70% chance of winning the presidency. Kamala Harris dropped another slight percentage point down to 29%. Again, I think that I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think it's going to be a landslide. I think it is going to be a landslide. For those people that thought it wasn't going to be a landslide, I don't know what they were looking at, but I think the data was bearing this out. 70% of Americans think the country is on the wrong track. So how is this going to happen? Inflation and the economy are the number one issue right now for Americans. Overwhelmingly, the economy, inflation. Maybe we can put up a poll on YouTube, David, if you could. The number one issue for you right now. How many choices do we get? Can we put up there? The economy, illegal immigration, abortion. What's another big issue that we could? Anybody?
I'm sorry. I was looking at the Decision Desk. Now, Decision Desk is saying that Kamala Harris has a 51% chance of winning Pennsylvania now, with 13% of the estimated vote reporting. So again, 13% is low. We don't know. But that's what they're estimating right now, is a 51% chance of Pennsylvania going towards Harris, 49% Trump. So all eyes on Pennsylvania as well. Maybe I am. Yeah. Why don't we put up some super chats while Clayton continues to dig into his sources? Do you mind doing that, David, please?
Nope.
Okay.
He's building a poll for us as well. So.
Oh, thank you. $5 from Captain Midnight. If Trump cannot win this election against this opponent, then the deep state can pick every president and the days of the republic are over. Agreed. Again, someone who was not primaried, who was not chosen by the American people. So thank you for that. Moving on.
Yeah, go ahead.
From Ian Gillespie, thank you, £5. Waiting with trepidation here in the UK, police state, hoping for a Trump win. This election is just as significant for our freedom here in the United Kingdom. Yes, because unfortunately we are the dog that wags the tail here in the United States. So if we have a peaceful candidate, it's possible that other NATO countries and Western countries follow suit. That's something that I've been hoping for as well. Thank you for that.
North Carolina, Josh Stein is the new governor of North Carolina, Democrat. Democrats have held the gubernatorial mansion there in North Carolina for 32 years. 32 years. It's not a surprise at all. You had Mark Robinson, who had all sorts of scandals there on the Republican side. So once again, North Carolina, you have a Democrat governor of North Carolina. Not surprising there at all in North Carolina. But again, still too close to call. But if we look at the Decision Desk's numbers here, President Trump is, with 27 precincts, 27% of the votes counted, up by 54 to 44% right now. And at this hour is leaning Trump, is leaning red. And so is the state of Georgia leaning Trump. And
but
so
indeed,
is the state of Ohio.
The numbers if you go to Pennsylvania, do show 13% reporting, 66% now for Kamala Harris. So 696,000 votes in Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris, and around 300,000 for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. So this is obviously one we're going to continue to watch closely. What were you going to say?
No, I'm just looking at just different numbers coming in and trying to make sense of some of these down ballot races. And to me, that's really fascinating because I think you can tell a lot about how the rest of the country is going to go when you start having Republicans winning in areas where they haven't won before in many, many years. Again, I point out the state of Indiana. You now have a Republican governor. You haven't had a Republican governor in the state of Indiana for decades. Mm-hmm. So this is, again, I think when you start to see some of those down ballot candidates, people aren't just going in and they're pulling for Trump and then they're voting Democrat all the rest of the way. I think this is a reflection of, you're seeing like you might be seeing a red tide rolling through the country right now.
Now, whereas we did see originally Virginia starting to turn red, that has been called, according to Decision Desk, for Kamala Harris. Virginia voting blue with a margin of, am I reading this right? No, that can't be. Why would she have fewer votes than him? With Trump at 94. 50%.
Are they calling?
50% in, but they seem to be calling it for Kamala Harris, Virginia. So I'm not sure exactly how I'm reading this. Let's see.
Well, the AP has not called it yet. So, and in fact, they have Trump winning in Virginia. So I don't know what.
Yeah, that's strange because it shows 67% that Trump wins Virginia. So I'm not sure that I'm reading this right. So let's hold on to our horses there, everybody.
Yeah. And in terms of the poll, I was asking what issues are most important to you this election day. Is number 1, the economy. Number 2,
illegal immigration, abortion. What other big issues are facing Americans right now? War is one of the top ones that I put on my list as well.
Put up those in the poll here on our YouTube channel if we can.
We can only put up, you guys.
3?
4 things.
4. Okay, put those 4. Those are pretty good. Okay, we have another decision here. Louisiana. 8 electoral votes is now for President Trump. Louisiana and Texas now for President Trump. Just called. So we now have, let's see, we're waiting on Iowa results, and we're just getting New Mexico, and we're just getting results coming in from Wyoming. Wyoming also for President Trump. North Dakota, South Dakota, also for President Trump. Illinois now being called for Kamala Harris. And yes, so that's where we are at this moment.
The New York Times forecast now has Trump with 279 votes in the Electoral College, and Georgia right now leaning Trump as well. And Georgia is one that we're watching to close up. And we still don't know. It seems to be running heavily in favor of Donald Trump with 52% of the votes in his favor, 47% for Kamala Harris, and still 0.3% for independents, Chase Oliver and Jill Stein. And so we're watching that race as well. Now, it does seem that many places have called Virginia for for Kamala Harris, even though
Colorado is now just went for Kamala Harris, 10 electoral votes there. As soon as that one closed again,
2 minutes ago, the polls closed 2 minutes ago. So we'll see how that one.
New Mexico is also too close to call at this point. New Mexico also too close to call. Louisiana has now been called for President Trump, as we mentioned. And so let's see.
And North Carolina does seem to be trending towards President Trump with a 67% chance of winning North Carolina with, let's see, how much of that vote in? Still not sure. Vote counted.
Let's put up some super chats. Robin, so what did Trump's numbers look like at this time in 2020? He was up and still the next day.
Still lost
the next day. In Pennsylvania, not necessarily, because we didn't even have. No one called it until the end of the week, so we still had like days of waiting for this for the next few days. Yes, in Arizona, of course, and we know what happened in Georgia and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, of course, being the biggest problem there.
Many counties still not counted in Pennsylvania, so we just don't know. Mostly the counties down the center of the state, because these numbers are too unbelievable. In a state that we said that was many times, we were told that it was really, really close. These numbers right now, with only 15% of the vote counted, are not close. In fact, it's 369,000 for Donald Trump and 710,000 for Kamala Harris. So that's double. Clearly, it's already double. So we can't know how that's going to shape out yet. And in fact, now the decision desk puts Trump's chance at winning that at 67%. Or is this winning the presidency, not the state? I apologize. So we will see. Okay, we'll jump to super chats while these continue to roll in. $4.99 from Opan Than. With all the things happening with globalists and this global shift, do you think that there are some more sinister things happening in the spiritual realm? I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that, but given the type of content that I consume, I think that you might mean some kind of ritualistic globalist power. And yes, I do believe in that. And a lot of that stuff is maybe a little bit too over my head, or sometimes I dabble in it and I can't get too close into that, but I know what you're saying. And yes, I believe that. 1999 from William Phillips. Any news on the Amish voters? Indeed, the Amish voters are said to have come out strong for Donald Trump because they're super tired of this government overreach that they've experienced under the Biden-Harris administration. We don't have final numbers on that yet as we're watching Pennsylvania, so we just don't know. But yes, that's exciting to watch. $5 from Stephen O'Sullivan. True news from Scuba and Scott. You should be on national TV to reach everyone in America. People might think in a different way. Appreciate what you do. Thank you so much. I don't want to be on regular TV. We want to be independent.
Because she likes to sit on half of the screen.
I don't want to be told what to do. Okay. $20 from Irvin Thompson.
I didn't know you were that far over on your shot. Can you take my shot real quick? We have could we just do a little behind the scenes joke in here? So we have a piece of tape that I don't know why, but it's like it marks Natalie's spot. But for whatever reason, every time she sits down to start the show, she's always off. Like,
I'm not on the tape now. I was on the tape.
Welcome to Redacted. It's like no, just right here is the shot. It's
okay.
A piece of tape right there.
Anyway,
I don't know the tape. We have the piece of tape in the same spot every day, but then the shot moves all the time. I have no idea how that happens. But
okay, here we go. Okay, from Irwin Thompson, thank you so much. Get Miles a 10-minute segment on Mondays, maybe Miles Mondays. Yes, I noticed he was using some of the information he was learning in his AP geography class, so I was proud of him for that. He does study. He might have something to share.
Let's take Polymarket real quick. So this is the betting right now. Polymarket exploding right now for President Trump, 72%. Right now for President Trump, believing Georgia is going to go in that direction, North Carolina going for Trump, Wisconsin going for Trump, Nevada going for Trump, Arizona going for Trump, Pennsylvania leaning Trump. So that's where the election markets look right now. I want to show you also from Zero Hedge just a few minutes ago, the dollar, the U.S. dollar, Bitcoin, and the 10-year yields are also spiking for Trump right now. In addition to which, Donald J. Trump's stock and Tesla stock also surging at this hour. Of course, Elon Musk had talked about like if Trump didn't win, he was going to be screwed. Right?
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah. So again, some big.
So get on
moves.
Twitter while you can, you guys. Yeah. We never know. All right. Race call that Trump wins Ohio, 17 electoral votes. And 1 minute ago that Trump wins Texas. That's a full 40 electoral votes for Donald Trump. This is huge.
You know, it's funny. So it's interesting to see Fox News holding back on not calling Ohio, but the Associated Press, let's see where is the Associated Press on that, leaning Trump, and who specifically then called Ohio?
Let's see where I can find that.
The Associated Press has not called Ohio, and neither has Fox News. And I have not seen, so I'm just curious where that's coming in at.
Okay.
But just want to be careful about all that.
Right. Okay. That is early calls for Trump.
Too close to call yet, but it is leaning. It is leaning Trump right now in the state of Ohio. How's the poll looking, David? What's the poll look like?
We have so it looks like illegal immigration is the most important issue at 35%, economy at 29%, and war at 31%, abortion at 4%.
All right.
I guarantee you, if there were more blue voters in here, abortion would be much higher.
Yes. Yeah. Even though many times President Trump has said that he does not support a federal abortion ban and that he believes that states should decide for themselves abortion rights, that still is something that Democrats just scream about a federal abortion ban and that their daughters won't have rights to increase their risk of breast cancer and get abortions. So that's how they feel about that. All right, $10 from Jarrett. Donald J. Trump up 2.7 million votes so far. So if you're watching the popular vote, 2.7 million more Americans. Wow, that's amazing. €2 from Quinton. It's 2:38 a.m. in the Netherlands. Go Trump. All right. Hope you get to sleep at some point and don't have many obligations tomorrow. Thank you for sharing that. Moving on. Do we have more?
Barack Obama just tweeted moments ago. He wants you all to know that it took several days to count every ballot in 2020, and it's very likely we won't know the outcome tonight either. Obama wants to let us know, so please keep a few things in mind as you make your voice heard. Thousands of election workers around the country are working hard today. Respect them and thank them.
He must read the New York Times.
Don't share things before checking your sources.
Oh, so it was a betting site that had called those Ohio for Trump. I'm sorry. I apologize. I was looking at a different place.
You didn't listen to Obama.
Yeah.
Let the process run its course. It takes time to count every ballot. And DC Drano says this is what
now
people say when they're trying to steal an election.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, I'm losing my voice, so you're going to have to read this here.
Okay, from Big Crim from Australia. Do you believe the Defense Department will do what it takes to continue the escalation of foreign wars possible, World War III, after the race? I do. And I think it could be scary if we have now a lame duck presidency. As Biden goes out, their sort of feckless puppet who is in the White House now is giving them carte blanche to do what they want. And they know they'll only have till the end of January to do that. So we could be looking at a terrifying time over the holidays for global war. That's a good point.
So big breaking news out of Ohio. Yes, President Trump has now won the state of Ohio, according to the Associated Press. Yes, thank you, Grim, for that little nugget of an update there. And yes, it seems to be the bettors were out ahead on that one.
Yeah.
You know? All right, there you go.
As I always tell my kids, I told you. So what does that give us for electoral votes?
Well, if you go to the Associated Press numbers right now, it's 137 to 99 for President Trump, 137 electoral votes, with Ohio, Florida, South Carolina, Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, and Nebraska leaning in that direction as well.
All right. Pennsylvania.
I think those numbers at top. Sorry,
Go ahead.
real quick. The numbers at top are interesting too. Senate 46 to 35 red, House 78 to 55 red, and Governor's 23-23.
23-22, yeah. Yeah, again, yeah.
The betting sites are also calling North Dakota for Donald Trump, and we already talked about Texas and Ohio, and these are, again, the betting odds. And so it would be surprising if Texas had not gone for Donald Trump, but again, we still are watching this closely. Back to the super chats. 10 Canadian dollars from Simply Tech. Single ply tech. Hello from Canada, British Columbia. Thank you, Redacted. Thank you so much for joining us for election night. $5 from Doge Dollar. The Democrats will try to use January 6th to keep him out of office. Thank you for y'all's hard work. Right, could we have a Democratic January 6th? But they do nothing wrong. Who knows? $1.99 from Poet114. Appreciate everything you guys do. And we appreciate you for being here very much. Yes? You're breathing like you want to jump in, so jump in.
I don't. But I do want to thank our show sponsor today for supporting our live stream, our friends at DeFi Technologies. Today's entire live stream is brought to you by DeFi Technologies. They're powering and sponsoring today's election live marathon. And as I've said many times this year, I consider this company the most interesting opportunity in the blockchain sector. And I just want to shout out to them because you can see Eric Jackson, a hedge fund manager, he actually was featured on Fox Business and mentioned it as a stock that has the potential to go up by 20x. It's up over 200%. And it's the only crypto ETP company that I've invested in. These guys have been fantastic. They're up over 200%, while Bitcoin has been up 55%. DeFi Technologies has successfully acquired Stillman Digital, a digital asset liquidity provider with over $20 billion in trade volume since 2021, with $5 billion occurring in Q2 of 2024 alone. Stillman's digital core products and services, they have an electronic trade execution desk, OTC block trading, and market making. So our thanks to DeFi for their support of the show. Big fans of DeFi. If you want to learn more about them, there's a QR code on your screen. Yes, I invest in them. I invited them to be a sponsor of tonight's live stream, and they said yes, absolutely. And many of you have also invested in them. That's totally up to you. You guys do you, but research this company. I'm telling you, you will be blown away by it. And If President Trump is elected, he could become really the first crypto president of the United States. And what that means, he says he wants to stockpile Bitcoin in the United States, and he wants the United States to become the Bitcoin capital of the world.
Yes.
So we will see. It looks like that's leaning in that direction at this hour if we look at these results right now.
Journalist Matt Taibbi says CNN and MSNBC anchors look like they swallowed anvils as ominous news comes in, but don't be fooled yet by Donald Trump's lead. And of course, yes, it's hints of panic and rage, but it's still too early. So we're holding on to see exactly how MSNBC is going to survive their heart attack that they've been warning us that they would have. £5 from Sarkans for Peanut. £5 for Peanut the squirrel. Thank you so much. Steph, the Army vet, $9.99. Thank you so much. Disabled veteran. I didn't hurt myself for this bull crap. Time to take our country back. USA strong. Thank you for your service and for sharing that. And as you know, if you watch Redacted, because we have a lot of veteran voices on this show, veterans tend to be, in fact, I would say are, the most vociferous anti-war voice. And so we owe it to them to vote for their safety because they risk their lives for us. So thank you so much.
Nick Sorter, friend of the show, Nick Sorter, breaking news from ABC News, warning of severe cracks in the Democrat voter base in Michigan today. Traditional Democrat strongholds such as Wayne County are seeing huge amounts of black and Arab voters jumping over to Trump, according to ABC News. The so-called blue wall, as we've talked about, is collapsing. Again, the blue wall is absolutely collapsing. And President Trump just winning the state of Ohio is a huge crack in that wall. What happens in Michigan, in Wisconsin, could be absolutely decisive. Again, if we look at the Associated Press numbers now for Wisconsin and Minnesota, leaning Republican. Again, huge cracks right now in the wall, the blue wall. This is actually pretty stunning. I can't believe I'm actually seeing this.
Yes, Wisconsin and Minnesota, absolutely.
Tim Walz' state is leaning red?
No, he's from...
Yes.
Oh, yes. Yeah, he's from...
In these early numbers. But again, still too early to count on this. But Wisconsin and Ohio, this is pretty big news, guys. I'm not going to underscore how important Ohio is and the fact that he's got Florida as well. Let's put up the toss-up numbers again, because right now it's looking very, very difficult for Kamala Harris to win this thing, guys. So these are the toss-up states, and you can play out the numbers here. Okay, we have 108 up for grabs. So let's just do the math on this if you want.
Right, so we're sure now that the ones in gray in, let's say, the southeast of the United States from North Carolina on down have gone Republican for Trump. We still don't know about Pennsylvania. We think that Minnesota and Wisconsin are leaning red at this point, but we're not sure. And Michigan is leaning towards Kamala Harris with a 53% chance of winning Michigan. But again, we'll see about that. So given that we would know, let's see, of those toss-up states, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them for Trump. So that would be 10 for Georgia. I can't read that very well.
So 16 for Georgia. We got 16 for Georgia.
It's not a 10.
Someone needs to go to the eye doctor tomorrow. North Carolina, 16. Michigan, 15. But I don't think that's going to happen. But we see some cracks though in Wayne County. And that's very interesting. And of course, Kamala Harris was just there a few days ago making a plea to Muslim voters in Dearborn, Michigan, basically saying, I will end this war in Gaza. Of course, but in Pennsylvania, she ran opposing ads, like the exact opposite in Pennsylvania, and CNN called her out on it. So we just do a little math here. Georgia 16, North Carolina 16, right?
Yes.
Gives us 32 for Trump. Let's add another 10 in there. If he gets Wisconsin, that's at 42. 42 additional electoral votes. If he picks off any one of those blue wall numbers, and he's already got Florida and Ohio, it's going to be almost impossible for Kamala Harris to win.
That would put him at 261.
Right, and all he needs to do is pick up Nevada or Arizona, and it's game over.
Yeah.
So this is a big deal, what we're seeing happening, and with the fact that they just called this for Ohio is a big deal.
Still, now we're to 20% of Pennsylvania reporting. President Trump does seem to be catching up. His votes were really low at about 300,000, but with still several precincts not reporting and several counties, we still don't know 15% of that. And we're not sure. Now, the betting sites are now putting President Trump's odds of winning the election at 72%. Just a few moments ago, it was 68%. So if you watch and you trust the betting sites, there we go with that. So we still are watching. Let's see how much we have in Wisconsin and how much we have. Georgia's a done deal, even though not fully counted. We're pretty sure about North Carolina. And Wisconsin, with actually a large lead in Wisconsin now for President Trump, with only 3% reporting. So we don't know, but based on, and the urban centers in Wisconsin have reported Madison went blue and Milwaukee went red. But with those urban centers, now we have 55% chance of winning the state for Donald Trump to 43% to Kamala Harris. So there we go with that. All right. Back to the super chats, I suppose.
Yeah, let's do some super chats. And also the decision desk number is 69% right now, have President Trump winning. 69% update here on the decision desk, 30% for Kamala. And you can put up some super chats. Go ahead there, David.
Okay.
Oops, one just disappeared.
There we go. $4.99 from Ursula von der Leyen. Thank you so much. The head of the European Commission. Thanks. Not your biggest fan, like I am Thomas Massey. So I assume that that's a joke, unless your real name is actually that, like Ursula von der Leyen, and just spelled differently, and then which case I apologize. How do you think Israel will realign with the Trump presidency? Netanyahu just fired his defense minister tonight.
Yes, he did.
Due to Iran fears of Trump. So, President Trump has many times signaled that he wants peace and that he wants a ceasefire, but he has said many times that he thinks Israel has the right to defend itself. So we don't really know. Now, you recall during some of the COVID relief bills, it had aid to Israel and President Trump removed it. But then again, President Trump moved the embassy to Jerusalem, thereby acknowledging, if you will, that was Israeli territory when before it was contested territory that the Palestinians still felt they had a claim to. So we can't know. We really can't know. And by no means do I think Donald Trump is a peace candidate in the Middle East. If you're really doing the betting odds, I would say he was more peace-ish when it comes to Israel, but definitely not more pro-peace like the war in Ukraine that he has signaled many times that he wants to end. So thank you, Ursula von der Leyen. If that's really your name, I'm sorry that I had a gaffe.
No, she spelled it lion, like L-L-Y-I-N at the end. So
okay. $5 from Wayne Lockhart. Howdy from Alabama. Love the show. Thank you so much. From Alabama.
And thanks for subscribing. We do our show daily, every day at 4 p.m. Eastern time. We do it every day, and we hope that you'll be a part of that show every day with us, Monday through Thursday. We cover the news the mainstream media ignores. We are former mainstream media people. I worked at Fox News for a long time, over about a decade. Anchored that morning show called Fox and Friends. And went independent and went to independent media like a lot of my friends at Fox. My wife started off as a newspaper reporter in San Francisco, and then of course went into broadcasting and covering technology and became an anchor at CBS News. And
and then a business reporter for CNBC and MSNBC. So recovered mainstream media addicts. Exactly that. Okay, again, Pennsylvania. Again, they've been telling us that we just don't know yet. Pennsylvania has 58% of the votes leaning towards Kamala Harris, getting up to that 1 million vote count. President Trump is not even to 700,000 votes, but again, 23% of precincts reporting. And Pennsylvania seems to be the place where we oddly enough, had the most trouble reported at at polls. So we're not sure. Now, the governor has warned us many times that they just won't know. Maybe it won't matter because of the electoral advantage that President Trump has at this point. We just don't know.
Wouldn't it be funny if it's kind of like, I was going to say, like, if their strategy was, we're going to put everything in Pennsylvania because we know we have the blue walls, and all of a sudden the blue walls are falling apart. And even now, if that happens, if she wins Pennsylvania, it's really not going to matter.
It's really like you're left holding the bag. Absolutely. Yeah. We had absentee balloted in Pennsylvania because were previously Pennsylvania residents. And part of me was like, that was hard to let go because it's such an important swing state. But we had to play it honest. We don't live in Pennsylvania anymore, so we didn't want to. Our voices should not be heard there if we're not residents.
A very close race in Senate, Texas. Ted Cruz has just won his reelection in the Senate in Texas. That was a highly contested race. Of course, Ted Cruz was trying to draw a lot of national attention by saying that he was probably target number one for Democrats, but it didn't even look close. He actually won pretty handily over Allred there in Texas. I just want to show you this funny moment from earlier today. So Kamala Harris, everything about her campaign has been fake, and this has gone viral. I just want to show it to our viewers who might have missed this. She was on the phone pretending to be talking to a voter, letting that voter know that, you got to vote for me and thanks for your support. This is acting 101. So she holds up the phone to show everyone, yeah, I'm on the phone with somebody. No, she was literally using the camera app and not on the phone with anybody. Total fakery there. I'm just on the phone with this voter doing a whole little fake. Everything about this campaign has been fake. Even earlier this morning when she showed up at a house to vote, she went to a house and said, I'm going to knock on your door, and she asked them to go back in the house so she could knock on their door. And they were already outside. She's like, go back in the house and I'll knock on the door so it'll look like I'm knocking on your door and you come out and you greet me. It's been...
right. And how many times did they film that scene? Go ahead.
Maybe she was just on the phone with her ear doctor and he needed to take a look in her ear.
With the camera. Yeah.
Just a guess.
Wouldn't that be amazing? Yeah.
I mean, she just must have that cackle on like a button, I have to laugh nonsensically. Here we go. It just comes easy to her after so many months of campaigning. Imagine if she had done the full campaign and actually been primaried, how long she'd be doing that laugh. All right. The New York Times has just updated its forecast for Trump, increased their estimate of Trump. Originally, they had them at 279. He had him at 279 electoral votes. Now they're putting him at 284, leaning towards a Trump win. That's the New York Times, who hates him. So it must pain them to say that, but that's where the New York Times is at this point.
Wouldn't you love to be in that room right now with all of them? Just in the back watching them all melt down.
Yeah, well, I mean, we were still in the mainstream media when Trump won the first time, and I admit that I did melt down. So I completely did not understand what people saw in Donald Trump. And, it took a lot of humility to do that, and going independent forced me to, because I was no longer surrounded by an echo chamber of people who were saying all these bad things about him. So then when we launched this show Redacted and it was on me and my research, I cured myself of Trump derangement syndrome. So again, I want to let you know that one of the things I want the most right now, I've been using all my yellow light wishes, is for the powers at the Democratic Party that have spied on us, that have censored us, that have flooded the borders and made our cities and states unsafe and dragged us into wars based on lies. I want the Democrats to lose very badly, more than anything else. And so that's why, I think it's fair to...
The party,
bias.
The party of pedophiles. I love this tweet, and I just want to put this up here on the screen for those of you asking, when are we going to see the results here? Eric Finman tweeted this, and I thought it was perfect. Take a look at this. Same day. There we go. 1789, same day results. Look at all these elections in the United States where we've had same day results, same day results, same day results, same day results, same day results in the elections all the way down. Even in 2000, same day results settled by the court in 2000. Same day results, same day results, same day results. Full week of results in 2020. And now where are we? Isn't that interesting? When you see it that way.
Yeah, how did we get worse?
Yeah, as we were talking about, we keep getting worse somehow. I don't understand how that's happening, but...
The betting sites pushing their odds up for Trump to 73%. It was just at 74%, but it dropped 1 point. So we'll see about that. Can we go back to the list of the list of swing states that we're looking at most intensely. The ones
that are up for grabs?
Yeah, the up for grabs. Not the map, but the list. That graphic. Yes, that one, please. Top battleground states. So let's see. This map had Pennsylvania going for Donald Trump by 0.4%. We'll see if that holds, because as of now, he is not up in Pennsylvania. And in fact, Kamala Harris is. But Arizona, Nevada, we don't know. Wisconsin and Michigan, those two may be flipped. So we may have this map flipped in terms of our polling, where Wisconsin and Michigan go red, but Pennsylvania goes blue. The rest of them go red, and that still leads to an electoral victory for Donald Trump. So keeping an eye on those, the ones we know from this list so far. North Carolina, that's all we know for sure, right? And Georgia. No, we know Georgia. So we know two of them. Okay. So we're going to continue on that. And again, still Wisconsin, votes coming in and leaning heavily for Donald Trump. The last time we checked, it was up 55%. Now it's up 57% for Donald Trump, but only 8% of the votes reporting. But their urban centers, the 3 cities that we may expect to go Democratic, only one of the 3 have been reported for Democrats, and that's Madison. Milwaukee and Green Bay all went for Republican.
Let's put the Pennsylvania map up here as we're getting votes coming in from Pennsylvania and where things stand right now. And the chance of President Trump winning Pennsylvania is not looking so great. As you look at Harrisburg and Philadelphia counties, very strong right now with, Montgomery County, but we got Delaware County and Philadelphia County. So let's take a look at Philadelphia County. This is Philadelphia County here that I've highlighted. This is, of course, a blue stronghold. And now earlier today, I was showing you where last time with President Biden, and President Biden walloped Trump in Philadelphia. So I'm going to be watching this closely, because if Trump can pull a number of Republicans into his camp in Philadelphia County, this could really sway things in Pennsylvania. So again, we're only 18% in right now, although the votes being counted in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania overall. But right now, the numbers look very similar, the percentages, to what President Biden had. Then Vice President Biden with President Trump back in 2020. So looks similar right now in percentages, but again, we're only 18% in Philadelphia County. I want to go out to Allegheny County. Now, this is Allegheny County, 48% in Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and Trump there with 33% to 65% for Harris, with 48% in. So we still have some of these counties which, far less population, far fewer voters, up in Pike County, Wayne County, where you have Scranton. And so that is surprising. So, Scranton right now, and you have that area going towards Trump. That's, of course, where President Biden is from, Scranton. And, this is interesting. And this honestly could be a very important moment. Keeping up Wayne County in northeastern Pennsylvania, this is, again, where Joe Biden is from. They didn't put him on the campaign trail at all. They kept him totally behind the scenes. They kept him in a basement because they didn't want his involvement. If we see that Pennsylvania was narrowly lost by Kamala Harris, and we see that they could have, by a few thousand votes, if President Biden could have had any sort of a sway in his home area of Scranton, this could be significant, that they didn't want him campaigning for them at all. And then when he did get on a Zoom call, he talked about Trump supporters being garbage. So maybe that's why they didn't want him involved in this at all. Delaware.
He's already a lame duck.
Yeah. But it's just surprising. That could have been an area, and it could have been a useful tool, but it's clear that they thought he was not an asset at all, and they kept him under lock and key because they didn't want him speaking, and they certainly didn't want him going up to northeastern Pennsylvania. And by the way, when he went to northeastern Pennsylvania months ago, he put on a Trump hat. Do you remember that? He put on a MAGA hat in northeastern Pennsylvania. So not a good moment. Not a good moment for them. From Vancouver, British Columbia, Nothing Hope says, as a reporting channel, it's my opinion that you two are the best. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you from Canada. Appreciate that, from Vancouver, British Columbia. Thank you so much.
Excellent.
What are you seeing there?
Okay, the betting sites have Donald Trump to 72% now. He's lost a few percentage points, but still in the upper 70s. North Dakota has been called for Trump. That's not for the Republicans. No surprise there. South Dakota as well. Wisconsin now starting to turn blue, 51%. Now, again, this was something that was up for grabs. We thought that had been trending red just a few minutes ago, but now it seems to be trending blue. So let's take a look at that. 51% now of the votes in for Kamala Harris, with only 13% reporting. So we still don't know. It's about a 20,000 vote difference, though. If you take a look, 2004,000 rather, in for Donald Trump, and 21,000 in for Kamala Harris, but she's trending up. So where we thought that she was behind, we still don't know. And we know nothing about Michigan just yet, which seems to be trending blue.
Let's go back to the Associated Press numbers here, and it looks like Georgia is going to go the way of President Trump with 75% right now with the votes counted. It is leaning a couple 100,000 votes right now for President Trump. In the AP, about 70, now we're getting 76% of the votes. Why is this part of the screen cut off? It drives me nuts. No, I can't see those numbers there. Very, very weird. But let's go into Georgia and take a look at what's happening right now in the state of Georgia. 52% right now. And again, Atlanta, heavily for Kamala Harris. So we already have Atlanta reporting. And where we have, you can see areas where we have uncounted votes right now still coming in. So we don't have all of them yet. We still have 76% in. But right now, Trump is winning in the state of Georgia, and up sizably at this point. This is a pretty big lead for Kamala to have to overcome. We'll see what happens in Atlanta if they suddenly get a couple 100,000 votes coming in from Atlanta. That could be the deciding factor. I don't know. How many of you are from the state of Georgia? How did you vote today? What are your friends talking about? What are you hearing? If you're in the state of Georgia, what are you hearing there? 16 electoral votes up for grabs. Again, I'm just looking at these numbers. I don't see, based on the data points that I'm seeing in certain counties, in certain sectors right now, how Kamala Harris can win this. I don't see how at this point.
Well, Wisconsin has, where earlier we thought Wisconsin was trending towards Republicans, Wisconsin now seems to be trending towards Democrats. So that's one that she could pick up, that she would sorely need. And again, it does look like President Trump is catching up quickly in Pennsylvania, but will he actually get it over the finish line? Because with 28% of the vote in, Kamala Harris has 54% of the vote to Donald Trump's 45%. So almost a 10-point lead in Pennsylvania, which we thought had an advantage for President Trump. So we just don't know. We still don't know.
Yeah. All right, let's take some super chats here, and then we're going to take some. I want to take a look at some of these other ballot issues right now.
Okay. $4.99 from Kadesh Lyon. CIA is paying time and a half tonight. Clock in, you guys. Definitely. And maybe members of the CIA would vote for Donald Trump so that they would not have tax on overtime pay. Who knows? $9.99 from Joshua Pape. Lucy and I love you guys and what you're doing for independent news media. I love you, Lucy. Oh, look at Lucy. If that's the doggy there with the cigar, super cute.
Is that a cigar or like a beef stick?
I don't know.
No.
$9.99 from We the People, U.S. citizen raised and born in Romania, third time voting for Trump. Love your show. Thank you so much. Hopefully your absentee ballot was sent with Godspeed. 10 Canadian dollars from Miroslav Gligorovic. I wanted to get that right. Thank you so much. Pay attention for Virginia. It's almost red. Wait a minute. What happened in Virginia? Last time we looked, it was blue.
Wait. I don't know where you're looking, but just, yeah. Virginia is still...
Pink for
it's been pink. Tonight. It's still pink. at this hour. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's still pink.
All right.
It's still pinkish. Yeah, I mean, we still have 57% of the votes are counted right now, and it's within a point right now, about a point and a half for Trump. He's up about 30,000 votes right now in the state of Virginia. That could be very interesting. He's performing very well in some deep blue areas, though, of Virginia, which is very interesting. So let's take a closer look at Virginia. And some areas where traditionally, like in Roanoke and other areas, he's doing pretty well. And he's also doing well in Virginia Beach, Gloucester City, but outside of Richmond as well. So he's doing well in some areas that heretofore have been stronger for Democrats, which is really interesting to see. So again, performing very well in certain areas I want to check out where I used to live. Let's see. Up here in Bluefield and in Tazewell, Bland County, Giles, Pulaski, Roanoke, again, Montgomery County. So he's doing very well in these areas all across the southwestern region of Virginia, up into my old stomping grounds of Bluefield, West Virginia, where I used to live when I was a young news anchor back in the day.
All right. Well, why don't you tell us again about our show sponsor before we move on as we wait for more polls to close?
I will indeed. So Anthony Pompliano, friend of the show, is a shareholder of DeFi Technologies. Johan Wadenstrom, the founder of the first ever Bitcoin ETF, is a major shareholder of DeFi Technologies. Olivier Roussier-Newton, the CEO of DeFi Technologies, who's also a co-founder of the company, is a major shareholder. They own roughly 20 million shares. In June, he bought another 900,000 shares on the open market. I'm extremely bullish on this company. So far, DeFi Technologies generated $72 million in net income in 2024. That's an undisputable fact. And as we're reporting this right now on this show, the average S&P 500 component company trades at an average of PE ratio of 26. If DeFi Technology is growing much faster than an S&P 500 constituent, we're trading at a P/E of 26. Its market cap would have been $2.5 billion. It's up over 200% this year. Bitcoin is up 55% this year. And if President Trump becomes president, once again, he has declared that he will become the Bitcoin president. The United States will become the Bitcoin capital of the world, and he will stockpile Bitcoin for the United States. So DeFi Technologies, check them out. Learn more about DeFi Technologies by going to defi.tech. I'm a big fan of these guys. So thanks for sponsoring our special live stream tonight. All right.
Okay, betting markets have Donald Trump at 73%. We're still watching races in Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Virginia still, again, pink, possibly leaning red, which would be a surprise. We think we have results pretty reliably in Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Kentucky, Tennessee. Texas, Florida was a biggie. And we're watching Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan right now. We still don't have reporting at all from other battleground states such as Arizona and Nevada, as polls are still open there. So that's catching you up to what we know and what we don't know. Now, the New York Times is not showing any kind of bent towards Pennsylvania yet, but the arrow has flipped slightly in Trump's favor in Pennsylvania with less than 30% of the precincts reporting. So again, we just still don't know. So hold on to your butts, in the words of Jurassic Park, the movie. Hold on to your butts. That's exactly what we're doing right now.
Polymarket, if you look at the betting websites, I mean, they tend to be a few steps ahead of where the actual AP comes in and calls these races. So if you pay attention to the betting markets, this is where people are putting a lot of money right now, betting that Trump is winning, that he's going to win Georgia, that he's going to win North Carolina, that he's going to win Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. So the betting markets have them clearly up in Arizona and Nevada and winning the presidency. So we'll see. 72% chance right now. So you're telling me there's a chance. we'll have to see about that. All right, let's do some more super chats here. President Trump right now in Pennsylvania, too close to call. We're watching Pennsylvania very, very closely. Hopefully they will get all of these votes in and counted. Only 32% of the votes counted right now in Pennsylvania.
All right, $5 from Kevin R. Tao. For democracy, keep up the good work. Big fan. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. And for free speech and independent media, we appreciate it. 200, I don't know what that is. That currency sign I'm not familiar with, and I apologize.
I'm from India.
Oh, okay. He says so. From India. Thank you so much for Parrot Mania. I'm from India. Big fan of you guys. Thank you. Definitely Trump will win. Warmonger in T-shirt should get lost. Warmonger in T-shirt. Which one
Are you talking about Zelensky?
Oh, yes, him. Yes, absolutely. Get rid of that guy. $25 from Anthony Riggio. Thanks for the honest coverage. Trump 2024. Thank you for that very much. Like the picture. $5 Canadian from Thomas Soulier. AP reporting Harris 71, Trump 101. What's up with that? Reporting is.
There must be an older one.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that might be an older.
All right,
super chat.
$1.99 from Miss Michelle. Freedom makes us Americans. Thank you, Redacted. Thank you so much.
A big update in Arizona. 9 precincts now in the eastern counties of Arizona have had their hours extended. So if you're in the state of Arizona, you can still go vote. If you haven't already, they've extended the hours there.
Do it.
Yeah.
If you have not done it, do it. Absolutely.
A lot of ballot initiatives also. Florida had a big ballot initiative on abortion. So they have now confirmed the banning of abortion in the state of Florida. That ballot initiative did not pass. And also legalizing recreational marijuana. Mm-hmm. So it's not going to turn into a downtown Portland, Oregon. So Florida had no legalized marijuana use in the state of Florida in those big ballot initiatives.
Now, with early reporting showing that an 87% of reporting in, Kamala Harris is underperforming Joe Biden by 3.3% in Lackawanna County, Pennsylvania, which is a key Democrat county and the former home of Joe Biden. So maybe that hometown advantage gave Joe Biden something, or maybe there is something about Kamala Harris that these voters just do not see. Also, she's underperforming Joe Biden by 4.9% in Duane County, Wisconsin, which is also a key Democrat stronghold. So when they replaced Joe Biden with her, what were they thinking? What was the strategy there? What did they think they know that maybe they didn't know? That's a question for what my dad calls Monday morning quarterbacking.
Republicans have also picked up a Senate seat in West Virginia. The outgoing Joe Manchin has been replaced by a Republican, and also a House seat has been picked up by Republicans. So one House seat, one Senate seat picked up by Republicans. Still early in the evening, though. Excuse me. So we will be watching those Senate seats very, very closely as well.
Still no reporting in Minnesota as far as we can see, but the AP has that leaning red. It's less pink. Virginia still very pink, interestingly enough. Minnesota a bit more of a chartreuse color. I don't know what on the color wheel. Wisconsin, the AP has Wisconsin leaning red at this point. So that is in contrast to Decision Desk, which has Wisconsin leaning blue, but ever so slightly by about 40,000 votes. So the vote count still very much in play. My father just sent me a text that he's voting in California. Nothing like the last minute, but go. You still have the right to vote. It's still our election day. It's for all of us. So exercise your right to vote if you have not already.
Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, still too close to call. Pennsylvania, come on, guys, get these votes in. It's like I don't know what I'm trying. Watching paint dry. 63% of the votes in right now in North Carolina. Why is North Carolina taking so damn long? Let's see it. Let's go. North Carolina and Virginia as well. Again, 59% of expected total votes also so we got to keep an eye on that.
And the betting markets have jumped actually in the last 20 minutes from 72% for Donald Trump to 75%. So we'll see how that goes. Okay, we'll go back to the super chats while we while we patiently wait. And I don't know, can we say that, how long you're going to have Redacted for, as long as Clayton's voice holds out? You're not doing too good.
I'm going as long as I can. I'm doing the best I can.
Okay, but okay, so we'll see how. Thank you for sticking with us. We're going to stay
Order
as long
some tea
as we.
from Honey from the help upstairs.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna get a refill on my my water here. I'm gonna go do that right now.
Okay, you go do that. I'll do some super chats and keep an eye on this. All right, Anya Remedios, $9.99. Thank you so much. Cubans for Trump. Love from Miami. It seems like Miami did show up for Donald Trump indeed. Thank you so much. $5 Canadian from Mark Hutchinson. Go Trump. He's our only hope. Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. It feels like that. So yes, I'm holding tight with you. $1.99 from J Tings 333. I have that Pizza Planet shirt. LOL. Okay, Pizza Planet. That's funny. And let's see. Jim Bob J. Jones Jr. Oh, you're wearing that. We saw a guy at the airport in Boise this weekend that had a T-shirt that said Republican Party, Democratic Party, Pizza Party, and he had it checked by Pizza Party, and I liked that. Clayton had to go over and tell him. So I was like, "Did we mention the shirt?" But no, it's your Pizza Planet from Toy Story.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And
That's
I was
funny.
dressed nice like you guys, but I had to take it off because I got way too hot. So I have my dress clothes laying over here on the floor.
Oh, all right. It's loosen the tie time already.
Yep.
So yeah, my sweatpants are waiting for me after this because I need to go and eat my kids' licorice ropes from their Halloween baskets and, see how the country lands. Jim Bob J. Jones Jr. says, tonight's the night we take our country back. Yeah. And so I got licorice waiting, the red ropes. Okay. Thank you so much for that. $10 from Vlad T. My single mother of 7 children gave us a new life in the USA. My father stayed and died in Russia. My mother is a saint. Can she get a shout out? Nadia from Rochester, New York. My Italian family also migrated to Rochester, so I have family there. And yes, absolutely, that is a sainthood story, raising 7 kids on your own. So thank you for sharing that story, and bless her. $10 Canadian from Dustin Bones. Maple MAGA up here for the best. Hoping for the best for North America. This will be the beginning of our movement to spread our voice around the world. We've already seen some countries moving in the right direction. So yeah, hopefully that it's the domino of the Biden-Harris administration takes down next the Trudeau administration. I would love nothing more but to see that. Okay, so let's take a look again at our betting odds. Now are up to 77% for Donald Trump. Let's take a look at the AP if they've called any states. North Dakota leaning heavily red. Minnesota still leaning towards Republicans. Wisconsin, the AP now has leaning towards Kamala Harris in blue, and the same with Michigan. But again, still very few votes counted in the 400,000s for each candidate, which is not nearly enough. So we'll have to wait and see for those. Wyoming reporting for Donald Trump, and Kansas as well. New Mexico leaning red, still quite early. Polls have only been closed in some places for less than an hour. So we'll see. And Arizona has extended their voting hours so they still can vote. And as I just told you, my father in California going to vote right now. So we won't have California for quite a long time. We don't expect very much of a surprise from California. They have a Democratic stronghold through, well, California is California. What'd you bring? You brought some beef jerky. Beef jerky time. Does anyone know that movie line? Beef jerky time.
Beef
Come on.
jerky time. I don't.
No.
Trading Places. It's a great movie. Trading
Oh,
Places.
I love that movie.
Yeah, when he's on the
I
trade.
don't remember that.
He's pretending to be from Africa, some African country. With beef jerky time.
And Grover's here. Grover came down just because of the beef jerky.
Oh, that's why he followed you.
All right, you want to sit down, buddy? No, you want to go?
I don't think he does.
Because it's snowing.
I think he wants beef jerky. That's what he wants.
Big snowstorm.
Yeah.
Big snowstorm.
Yeah, there's a big snowstorm out right now. So
It's sticking to the
All right,
ground now, too.
let's. So we just got results from Missouri. So President Trump has just won the state of Missouri.
wow. Okay.
Again,
while you were away.
210 votes, electoral votes now for President Trump, state of Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, Wyoming, Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Ohio, and Indiana. That is where we are right now, and the latest now for President Trump winning that election, winning that state as well.
So 210, pushing himself up. Okay, so
Yes.
then as polls close in Nevada and Arizona, we'll be watching those states closely as well. Pennsylvania, still too close to call, but President Trump closing his lead there. He was down by 10 points last we checked, but now is up 1.2 million votes in favor of Donald Trump, 1.3 million in favor of Kamala Harris, and those are estimates. So now we're at 48% in for President Trump, 50% in for Kamala Harris, with, again, still many precincts still to report. So we're watching that one closely, so closely. Betting odds now pushing to 79% in the betting odds. New York Times is in favor of Donald Trump, getting 287 electoral votes. Previously, they had put it at 279, so they continue to rise upwards. They think that Virginia, likely Democrat, and other states, they still don't know. Toss up in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and polls closing at 9 p.m. in Arizona and 10 p.m. In Nevada. So that's what we've got so far.
Let's take a look at the poll. We put up a poll here earlier. What is the most important election issue for you guys in our YouTube chat? Because we can't put polls up on Rumble chat, unfortunately, but YouTube allows us to do these polls. 13,000 of you voting. Please, if you want to vote, you can. Illegal immigration, 37% right now is the leader, with the economy at 30%, war at 29%, and abortion at 4%. I mean, Americans don't care. Americans do not care about the abortion issue right now. And so when Democrats want to hang their hat on that as a single issue and the thing that they're running on, it's going to be a disaster. And that's exactly what we're seeing. They're trying to run on abortion, women's body issues. And Americans care. Yes, they care about it in small part, but mostly, of course, they care about the safety of their homes and their towns being invaded by illegal immigrants, and the economy, and the fact that all of their food prices have gone up by 20 to 30%. All of their prices of everything in their homes have gone up about 30%. So this is, of course, the biggest issue right now for voters in America.
Obviously, safe streets are another issue as well. None of us feel safe in our streets if we don't think we have borders. We don't have a country. We would like to see, more common sense criminal justice reform. We would like to see the law of our land upheld, not just for white people, but for everybody as well. So that does seem to be a lot of the issues. I'm surprised by this poll, though, for our viewers, is 37% of you said illegal immigration was your top priority, and only 29% of you said war. But I'm with you. I'm with you on all of those equally. I think war is maybe ranked number one because I'm a mom, and I can't stomach the thought of my kids being carted off to a war that's based on lies, which all wars are based on lies. So,
Congressman Thomas Massie winning his re-election in Kentucky. Congratulations to Congressman Massie. As if you're joining us a little bit later, we sent a congratulatory note to him as well. And so congrats. I'm thrilled that he won because he was attacked by AIPAC. The Israeli lobby went after him pretty big time for him saying, I want to put America first. I don't want men and women going to fight in Israel, and I don't want billions of dollars going to Ukraine and Israel. And they went after him. No, you need to put Israel first. And he said, no, I'm not going to. Sorry. So he was reelected. We love you, Thomas. Congratulations. And certainly a very difficult year for Congressman Massie, being targeted by AIPAC and losing his wife.
And widowed, yes.
In the same year. So unbelievable man and a true American patriot. So I'm just getting tears thinking about that. That's amazing. All right, let's look at the latest. I'm curious right now. It really looks like, according to Associated Press numbers right now, Georgia and North Carolina are going to go for Trump. I'm going to say it right now. I'm going to say it. I'm going to call it.
Don't call it.
Can the redacted?
Do not. We don't do that.
We don't do that. I'm saying it.
No, we'll say this, that the betting odds now are putting Donald Trump at 82%. We don't do that, Clayton. It's bad luck.
Superstitious.
We'll let
Superstitious?
we'll let Natalie's blouse call it. How's that?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't touch anything blue today. Because again, to me, it's the idea of who will send my kids to war. And I am sure that I'm reading the tea leaves that Democrats want to. So that's why I cannot stomach the idea of a Democrat win. My workout pants were red. My nail polish is red. I just couldn't. I'm super superstitious about it. Also, my feet are freezing. I asked the kids to bring me some. We have a big snowstorm right now, so I'm going to cross my legs because burr. Okay. I can't.
Are you going to do yoga while we're...
No, I have like toes.
I'm going to have to adjust the shot again.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Move the
I'm
shot.
sorry.
She's moving.
No, you're fine. I'm just teasing.
It's getting late. We're getting informal. I'm going to tell you this fun story. So we were driving, and I don't mind admitting that I've never not voted Democrat. The Democrats lost a loyal soldier in me since the COVID pandemic and the war in Ukraine and the war in Israel. And this is my first time not voting for the Democrats, and it felt very liberating to do so. So after Clayton and I left the polls, we went to a drive-through coffee spot because this is America. You can do that. I'm still very excited about that. And in front of us was a convertible Mercedes that was decked out Trump. Like, I can't even describe. It was painted. Everything. She had a Trump bobblehead. The top was down. It said, "Let's go, Brandon" on the back. "We the people" on the front. And maybe we can show you a picture, block out her license plate. Anyway, I wanted to take pictures of this to show the kids. And I did say to her, this is my first time not voting Democrat. And she was like, "Good for you. Anyone with a brain would do that." And so I wanted to, anyway, we pulled up through the drive-through. And then after we, went up to pay for our coffee, and this nice lady paid for our coffee because she said, "I'm proud of you for breaking the stronghold." And I thought, that's so nice that a Trump voter would do that. That's just not what I thought Trump voters were like when I was in the can for the Democrats. And it was a very humbling experience. So
think
if
about
that lady
what the
ever watches Redacted, I want to say thank you for my latte.
That ad that Kamala put out about, women having to sneak and vote, to vote Democrat. Did you guys see that?
Oh, yes. That's such a disingenuous party line. I'm so confused by that you could not tell your spouse how you voted and then live the next 4 years with that secret. Again, it just shows to me that the Democrats do not value family at all. They think that you could betray. Talk about like party over politics or person over party or what have you. What they're trying to say is party over your personal life. That's so confusing. Also, Paul Joseph Watson did a fantastic piece about how another Democratic messaging from, who is it? Who plays Elf? Will
Ferrell.
Will Ferrell, is that, we can look at how you voted later. So we'll basically come and shame you. It's a very confusing party line to say this is a selfish way to be.
Conservative men are in control of their wives can't make their own decisions. But it's I've met a lot of conservative women and I wouldn't tell them a damn thing to do.
Yeah, I want to show this real quick, and then we got some big news to get to here in a second. But take a look at this. This is the woman today. There she is.
I don't think I amply described that. So now and it was not a Mercedes, it was a BMW. You see what we're talking about here? This woman, she had this bag that had these beautiful pictures of Melania, which there's only beautiful pictures of Melania. So anyway, if you know this lady, and please tell her that she paid for 2 coffees for the hosts of Redacted, and I was tickled pink. So thank you for that. Big news now. Associated Press and Decision Headquarters now reporting a lead for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, which has been trending blue all night. Now Associated Press and Decision Headquarters are showing that Pennsylvania is now in favor of Donald Trump after a 10-point deficit just about half an hour ago.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. So it's neck and neck. And again, President Trump also right now with 80% of votes for Donald Trump 80% of votes in Georgia, 16 electoral votes up for grabs. Donald Trump leading in Georgia, Virginia, North Carolina. Unbelievable. Wisconsin, Minnesota, the home of Tim Walz. Again, only 2% of votes counted, though, so don't hold your breath there. We will see. New Mexico, Arizona. I mean, again.
Betting odds now putting the
Red wave?
Putting Donald Trump at 83% chance of winning, 17% of a win for Kamala Harris. I keep thinking of that Rosie O'Donnell video that we played the other day where she said she needs medication at the very notion although, hey, I probably would have needed some medication at the notion of a blue win as well. So I have empathy for that. But I just wonder what are the issues that makes her so depressed. The fact that her kids may not be dragged off to war if Democrats are not in power. Let's say may not there. Makes me feel a little bit better, but let's hold our horses. We're holding our horses. I keep texting the kids to bring me socks. Somebody bring me some socks. My feet are like ice because we're on the ground floor and there is a snowstorm out right now that just started. It started right when our show coverage started, this snowstorm. So I'm freezing. Okay, let's go to some super chats.
That's kind of funny to see. I know it's like early, but it's kind of funny to see Oregon pink. Red.
Yeah, I know. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
No. But it's just kind of funny.
Hold your horses.
With no one reporting, it's going to be interesting.
New York Times has increased their odds of a Trump electoral win at 291 electoral votes to 247 for Kamala Harris. She has not broken. Let's see, where is she now? She has not even broken 100. But as the West Coast states start to report, she will start to pick up some electoral votes and break that 3-digit number.
I want to talk about Georgia for a moment because the question was, would black voters come out for Trump? And it's unbelievable right now in exit polling out of Georgia that 25% of black men in Georgia voted for Donald Trump this election. This is huge. Huge. And if this is any indication of what we're about to see in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia County, in Allegheny County, this could sway the election big time. And this will be one of those moments where Democrats are going to have a real reckoning. When you had black Democrats out there lecturing other black voters like President Obama and others coming out lecturing them about who you should vote for, you would be anti-American somehow if you voted for Republicans if you're black. And black voters seem to have had enough of this. We've covered it quite extensively on the show. Black voters saying, we're not falling for this crap anymore.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, technically, according to Biden, if they voted Democrat, they ain't black anyway.
Oh, they're not black.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
They identify as black.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. And one of my favorite quotes from a story in the New York Post about why black voters are switching away from the Democratic Party is that they fell for the rhetoric of the Democratic Party that Republicans and specifically white people were the enemy, only to come around and realize, no, it's the government that's our enemy and not white people. And we feel lied to and we want camaraderie more than anything else. So let's see. Trump has a 70% chance of winning, according to the New York Times. And Trump has captured the lead in Pennsylvania, according to the betting markets, by 10,000 votes. So that's a small margin. And we'll have to continue to see what reports. Right now, New York Times is calling Pennsylvania too close to call, but up by 1.2 points. 1.2 points. So if you'd like, we can go to some super chats while we wait for this. While we wait.
North Carolina is likely going to go to Trump. I'm going to say this. And I think the signs.
I thought we had that one.
No, we don't have that one. People in the chat saying that I should give you my socks.
But you have shoes. Oh, you do have socks. No, I'm all caps texting our children, and I'm just going to FaceTime them live on the show and be like, God, that's up. So
can I Uber you some? Maybe does Amazon deliver?
No. Does that sound familiar? Give me the socks.
Give me the socks, yes.
It's when I gave birth to our second child, I brought socks just to deliver because the hospital issued socks from our first one just didn't fit well and they weren't comfortable. It was bothering me like while I was pushing. So I brought brand new socks and the doctor and the midwife was like, you don't want to wear those socks during birth. And I was like, give it to me. I want those socks.
I got some big breaking news here. We just got some big breaking news right in. Now we have the projected winner. Now why is my laptop button not working? It was working. Now it's not. We have a projected winner now in the state of Ukraine. Kamala Harris has won the state of Ukraine. Yes.
Oh my gosh, look at him.
Yeah.
He's full of snow.
All right. All right. Also, let's take a look at what's going on right now in North Carolina. Again, we're getting very close to learning what's about to happen in North Carolina. 68% of expected total vote reporting there. President Trump with a sizable lead. And again, the state of Georgia, 81%, very heavily President Trump right now. And if we examine, let me see if I can pull this up here in a second. If I can pull up Georgia, to dive a little bit more deeply into Georgia's numbers at the moment here and the latest ballot counts and where those. So Kamala would have to make up hundreds of thousands of votes right now. About 220,000 votes she's going to have to make up. And we have very few outstanding areas where she can make up this difference right now. Very few Democratic strongholds that she can make up this difference. And so that's deeply troubling. This is deeply troubling for Kamala Harris. Very little area where she's going to be able to make up 220,000 votes against Trump right now in the state of Georgia. This is a huge deal. The fact that he is now leaning heavily in the favor of Georgia's leaning heavily in the favor of President Trump. North Carolina, Florida has gone that way. Ohio has gone that way. Wisconsin leaning that way. Minnesota leaning that way. Missouri just went to Trump. I don't see how. At this point, the math doesn't make sense to me. The math doesn't lie at this point, guys. But the deep state works in mysterious ways. The deep state works in mysterious ways. So we know what happened last time in 2020.
Indeed.
I would argue that the deep state used to work in mysterious ways. Where too much of it is visible now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good point. Go ahead, Philip. Were you saying something? No.
I said it looks like Colorado's in.
Colorado's in for sure.
Oh yeah, yes. Colorado was
is blue.
Came in almost immediately. By the way.
Yeah.
Within like a minute, they're like, that's a Democrat stronghold now, thanks to what Jared Polis and his operation have done there. Back in a couple of years ago. So yes, Arizona leaning blue at this point with 33% in. We'll see if Arizona goes the way of Kamala Harris. This will be interesting to watch.
Interesting how Trump has pulled ahead in Pennsylvania, though. We're watching now. He's got a 50% of the votes there, as opposed to he only had 45% about 45 minutes ago. So Pennsylvania, despite setting our expectations that they'd be super slow, is not actually looking that slow. Donald Trump now, 49.8% of the votes for him. Wait a minute, that just switched. 49.8% for President Trump. At 1.6 million for each. Donald Trump ahead by about 20,000 votes. And central counties, I think the most Democratic counties have already counted. So we'll see how the rest of Pennsylvania shakes out. If it's the Pennsylvania that I am familiar with as a former Pennsylvania resident, I think that red hold will stick around in these more working class counties. So we'll see about that. Let's check on the betting odds. Now 84% for a Donald Trump win. So we can take some super chats as we wait. If you don't mind, David, can you put some back?
Yep.
We had a 1999, the one before that I did not read. Can you go back one? I saw it and then we were interrupted, and I want to say thank you to that person. You can't. Can you read it for me, or
can I ask you a question?
No,
why is our Rumble says election coverage upcoming on Rumble,
but also the live one?
But the live one is is from earlier today.
No.
See, it says upcoming. If I click on live election coverage on our Rumble chat here, it says upcoming. Do you know why that is, David? But now it says live. It says 248 viewers are waiting to join us live.
Are we not live on?
I'm looking into it.
But our old live stream from earlier today says live with our old. Yeah, that's really bizarre.
So the New York Times.
I'm seeing it live with 15,000 viewers. Oh wait, no.
Yes, but it's our old live stream from earlier today. You see what I'm saying? The title is the old one, and it's the old thumbnail, and it's the old live stream from earlier today, from our earlier
weird.
show. Anyway,
the title
and the thumbnail and all that. But anyway, just curious why that's our old live stream today. Really weird.
Oh, you know what? So but it is streaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's just our old live stream.
Are we streaming the old?
We can figure this out off camera, I guess.
I know why that is, but I know why it is.
Okay.
I know why.
All right. Okay, let's see. Betting sites now have President Trump at 88%.
You love the betting
of a win.
sites.
I really do. Don't you? Don't you guys?
Yeah, I'm fascinated by them. But they're not. I mean, it's people betting with their money, in a way that it's not the Associated Press. But yeah, it's like people betting that this is going to happen and they're banking on this. And yes, they have been out in front on some of these. Wisconsin, Michigan. I don't know if I believe this though. I mean, yes, if we look at Polymarket right now, we're up in Michigan on the betting sites.
Oh, okay.
I mean, okay. Really?
Yeah, that's not what the Associated Press has, but it does have Wisconsin and Minnesota trending towards President Trump. And again, President Trump taking a big lead in Pennsylvania when he's been down most of the night. Now about 1.7 million votes for President Trump to about 1.6 million for Kamala Harris. The New York Times reporting that Vice President Harris has now broken that 100 number. She's at 109 electoral votes with President Trump at 198. She has won Illinois, New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware. Did I say Vermont? I don't know if I did. Massachusetts and Colorado, Illinois and Colorado. So she'll start to pick some up as we get California quite clearly, and most likely everything along the Pacific coast. So we'll see how that plays out. And still waiting on Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we have, of course, some of the election and some of the betting sites, of course, picking already Virginia and North Carolina for Trump, but the Associated Press, Fox News have not called those yet. So we have not seen the results yet for those states yet. So yes, the betting sites are pulling it, and some people point out, and yes, I agree with you. Of course, this is very representative of the popular vote.
Yeah.
And so I think having these betting sites where people are putting their actual money, and they're putting a lot of money on this, I think that's it could be a really big indicator of what's about to happen.
And the
here.
New York Times revising their estimate of how many electoral votes that Donald Trump would get, where earlier in the night they were at 279. Now their count goes to 293 for President Trump. So they are, and actually New York Times forecasts now shows Trump winning the popular vote by 0.4%. Whereas it was likely that he could win the electoral vote and lose the popular vote. That seems like he may not. He may win both. And that is super interesting. So hold on. Well, hold on.
Isn't it kind of crazy that has only happened 5 times in history where they lost the popular but won the electoral, and it could have happened to Trump twice?
Yeah, that is crazy. I didn't know the history of that. That's wild.
Yeah, 2016 was one, and then if this one happens, it's another one. So 2. Yeah. There's only been 5 in history, and he could be 2 of them.
Yeah. So again, that 1999 chat, I feel badly that we put it up and then we got distracted. Are you able to find it, or
we got so many super chats? I don't think I could. I've got about 7 pages of super
Okay.
chats.
Well, I did see it, and I want to say thank you for that. And it was something about someone from overseas and looking to America with fingers crossed, and I appreciate that.
And it was like, from the Far East. They were
Yes.
thanking us for the coverage and that they had their fingers crossed.
Yes.
Yes. I remember.
So thank you so much. I'm sorry I'm not reading this properly, but I want to let you know that I saw it, and I didn't want to let that go by.
Clayton, have you played Stalker? Ajax wants to know. Legend of the Zone trilogy. No, I haven't. I have Sandland. I haven't played it yet, though. So thank you for that question. Make McDonald's cheap again. Maladen Loggins, thank you for your $10 super chat. Off topic, redacted. Please start reporting on Idaho 4. Idaho 4. Okay, thank you for that. Make McDonald's cheap again. I know, isn't that crazy? But we celebrated today after our vote and went to McDonald's. So
He did.
I did.
Yeah.
I used to work at McDonald's, and I used to work the breakfast shift, and I used to make my own Egg McMuffins and my own sausage egg McMuffins. My favorite sausage egg McMuffins. It's hard to beat that sandwich, I'm telling you.
I have been stress eating, so it's not that I'm above McDonald's. I just was not at the moment.
Want some beef jerky?
I would like some beef jerky. Sure. Beef jerky time. Now you guys know that.
Beef jerky time. Pennsylvania. While you eat some beef jerky, I want to talk about Pennsylvania, my home state of Pennsylvania. And some interesting data is coming in right now on this state. I think it's very likely that Pennsylvania could go Trump. And here's why I'm saying that. Because of some areas that heretofore typically went for Democrats, outside of Harrisburg, outside of Lackawanna County, in Wayne County, also in Pike County, but outside of Harrisburg, in Cumberland County, seeing a really large turnout for President Trump. And so I'm curious. Obviously, Philadelphia County is going to be blue. But I'm seeing the numbers, and the reason I'm interested in the Philadelphia County is because the numbers are much lower for Kamala Harris than they were for President Biden or for then candidate Biden. Much lower in Philadelphia, and higher for Donald Trump. So again, with I think about 87% for Biden before, and so that this is much lower right now for Kamala Harris. But again, we're still 42% of votes being counted. But early signs and indications are this is not good news for Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania. The numbers there.
Reporter Ryan James Girdusky says that even though Donald Trump seems to have lost the state of New York, in New York City, his performance is shocking. In the Bronx, he's up 21 points from his previous performance there. In Queens, up 20 points. In Brooklyn, up 11. So even doing well in urban centers where Republicans are not expected to do well, that's shocking. So it speaks to the Elon Musk tweet earlier, or post on X, that why'd you give me this beef jerky? Now I can't talk.
Well, let me give you some news while you're trying to talk, because Iowa has now gone for Donald Trump. Iowa, with its 6 electoral votes, has now flipped, is now in the Republican column for Donald Trump. And yes, we're now calling that.
That would put him over the 200 number, whereas before he's been hanging out in 198. So there we go. I don't know what I was saying earlier. What was I saying?
I just want to say something about Iowa for a second here. A lot of Democrat media were jumping on the idea that Iowa poll that came out a few days ago showed Kamala up by like 2 points. You remember that? And they were saying, oh, my God, that means Kamala's going to win the election. She's up in Iowa. This is huge. Kamala's going to win Iowa. No, Kamala did not win Iowa. There you go. So all of the mainstream media bobbleheads over on MSNBC and CNN that were praising this big poll out of Iowa, they crapped the bed. So it didn't happen. She lost Iowa. We should also point out that Maryland has gone for, have just picked up a Senate seat for Democrats in the state of Maryland. So in terms of House seats right now and Senate seats, it's now 1-1. Democrats have picked up one, and the Republicans have picked up a Senate seat in the state of West Virginia.
Also in Maryland and New York, they voted in favor of making abortion a part of the state constitution. Florida voters voted that down, but it was on the ballot in many states. And in Maryland and New York, that seems to have passed a constitutional right to abortion in those states. Maybe not a surprise given that those both went for Democrats as well.
Nicole Rodriguez says beef jerky time. I love the Trading Places reference.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Disappointed in you boys for not getting that one. It's an important one.
I know it. I
Do
just
you
didn't
think
jump
our kids are old enough for it this season? It's a little like
to see Trading Places.
I mean, you see Jamie Lee Curtis's full boobs. Did you not know that? Do you recall?
I mean, we can talk about that later. Deciding whether or not to show boobs to our children.
I think, can we fast forward that
let's
point?
litigate this conversation a little bit later.
So maybe that's not for children. Okay. I didn't mean to derail the conversation. Let's go back to the super chat. It's getting late. Someone says, go get...
if you're ever going to derail a conversation, boobs are always the way to do it. I'm fine with that.
All right. Yeah. And ring in if, let's say, 12 and 14-year-olds are old enough for Trading Spaces. For sure... I was younger than that when I saw that movie. I
saw European Vacation, and when Rusty was in Germany, I was going to say,
I was like...
just one of the guys.
I was like 9
16
when I
candles.
saw Beverly D'Angelo naked. So
you know what? My grandma said, I would rather you see boobs than listen to George Carlin than hear the bad language. That's what she always told me.
Yeah.
All right.
Make boobs great again.
Yeah. She's like,
let's bring them back.
Okay.
Democrats have tried to get rid of them. Trying to bring them back. Bring back real women.
You didn't think you'd get boob talk on this election night, but that's what happened.
Grim in our chat says best election coverage ever. Yes. Yeah, you're not going to see this on CNN.
And what does Grim say about showing the kids?
Let's get him to weigh in on that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So we'll talk about Trading Spaces later.
It's Trading Places.
Trading Places. Trading Spaces is a show. And I'm the one who brought up the movie quote. So don't lecture me. Okay. Polls in all but one battleground state have closed. I suppose that is Nevada. That is still voting. So keep going, Nevada. Don't go home yet. Not time to go home. Not time to pack it in.
So NBC News and others have projected that Ted Cruz, of course, won re-election in Texas. This was a hotly contested Senate seat down there. Congressman Thomas Massie, as we pointed out, in the state of Kentucky, won that race as well. Trump is up right now in Georgia, North Carolina, and just won the state of Iowa. It's very tight right now in Virginia, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Michigan, Wisconsin, New Mexico, and Arizona. Senator Scott in the state of Florida has held that seat. And abortion and pot have failed in the state of Florida. So no recreational pot smoking in the state of Florida. And also the abortion ban is there. Milwaukee recounting 31,000 votes because of human error in the state, in the city of Milwaukee. In Wisconsin, so they're going back through there. They're going to be running that through the absentee ballots, through the counting machines again, after human error left the doors of the machines unsealed during an initial count, reports the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel. Yes, so...
M. Katz in our chat says, everybody wear a red bra tonight. I'm on that, girl.
Yes.
I did that too. Like I said... committed to the warmongers being voted out. And I think that they should go back to the drawing board and ask themselves what they did. First thing to lose loyal voters, lie about the war in Ukraine, in my book. But we can go down a litany of lists. So what were you going to say?
Oh, nothing. I'm just looking at different data.
All right, going again to Pennsylvania with 54% of the vote in. President Trump now has 50.8% of that vote count to Kamala Harris's 48.3%. That's quite the loss because she was up 54% when most of the counties had yet to count. So she's lost 2% in the vote count. President Trump almost to 2 million votes, inching his way there with Kamala Harris at 1.8 million. And again, I'm going to refer you to the betting sites, which are putting President Trump's win at 83%. The New York Times now again upping the electoral win for President Trump at 296 votes, which would give him a clear win and would then preclude a fight in Congress and the Supreme Court, which would not be good for any of us. It wouldn't. It would tear us apart even further. I want to give this back to you. I don't want this on my side.
You don't want beef jerky on your side?
You eat beef jerky.
I'm telling you what, Georgia is about to go for Trump. I'm saying we are minutes away from Georgia being going for President Trump. There's no way. I'm looking at the math. It's impossible at this stage for Kamala Harris to come back in the state of Georgia. And so I just don't see how that happens. The numbers are overwhelming in Georgia. Hundreds of thousands of additional votes right now for Trump in Georgia, and I don't see how there's no way. So
200,000 vote lead with 88% reporting, and the urban centers of Columbus, Atlanta, and Savannah are already in.
It's done. Okay.
You don't get to say that.
I do get to say it. I'm telling you, I'm looking at the math.
Georgia, you don't call.
I'm not calling it.
I'm going to kick you right out.
I'm not calling it. Just go back to your betting sites. Let's talk about boobs again. I'm telling you, it's close, and it's going to happen any moment here. I'm just telling you that it's going to be called by the Associated Press in just moments. I guarantee you that Georgia is about to go for Trump. And the same thing could be said for North Carolina as well. You have an equal margin right now in North Carolina. Hundreds of thousands of additional votes would have to come in somehow magically for Kamala Harris in the state of North Carolina and somehow magically in the state of Georgia. And I just don't see it. And this is the point when MSNBC is going to start to cry in their Cheerios and start to flip out because they have been all night. And again, they like to blame subsets of voters, men, black men, women, white women who did not convince their men. They're going to start telling white women, like, don't give your husband any sexual privileges from now on because of this. Just wait. Go ahead, David. What were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say, so if they officially call it, right, does that mean it's done, or is there still a chance mail-in ballots and all that stuff can come in later? Like when they're like, okay, that's it, it's called, that's closed, right?
Well, again, the way the Associated Press calls it is there a chance they'll calculate outstanding votes and votes advantage? So is there a chance that even though we are still counting in North Carolina with the votes, now President Trump over about 200,000, almost 300,000 votes in advance, who is outstanding? Could she make up 300,000 votes? That's not likely. So that's why they've called North Carolina for President Trump.
Algoretto
Clan, I'm just curious if we're going to see another 2020 issue where it's like hundreds of thousands of ballots come in the dark of night.
Right. Well, it does seem like President Trump has broken that 2 million vote threshold in Pennsylvania now with 1.9 million for Kamala Harris. President Trump over 2 million with 50.9% of the votes. And Kamala Harris, she had 54% of the votes earlier tonight, has dropped to 48%.
I want to correct something. Not correct something, just go a little bit deeper in this. Algoretto Clan said, dude, Florida is not a ban on abortion. It's not allowing constitutional right to unrestricted abortions and no parental consent required. It's a total win. Okay, so just to be clear on that. So it's not a ban. It's just not allowing constitutional right to an unrestricted abortion and no parental consent required. So that was the ballot initiative that was voted down.
Yes.
It was a huge win for Governor DeSantis, as well as the legalizing of pot. So thank you for that. Thank you for the language there.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Important to be clear on the issues.
Basil Beshkov says, trading places, Biden with Trump. Carl, sorry.
While we wait, we'll take a few more super chats, and then Clayton can eat the beef jerky and get his mouth all sawdusty. Okay.
Sawdusty.
Well, a little bit. You have to work on it, and then it's not a good food for hosting a news show. Just if any of you have to do that.
Like you didn't have any
remind you. Yeah, exactly. Marshmallows. We do that next. Okay. Super chat $5 from Kevin R. Tao for democracy. Yes, I saw that one. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Big fan. Big fan of you. Thank you so much. $5 from Big Ol' Pupper. Eternally grateful to have a group like yours representing critical thinking Americans of all kind. Well, I'm grateful for you eternally. Thank you for the support and pushing us to keep growing together. $9.99 from Brian Baker. Thank you both for what you do. My wife, Kristen, and I watch every day for America and Peanut. Thank you to Brian and Kristen. Thank you so much. And 500 from Japan, yen, I suppose, from MRFY Murphy. Hi from Japan. I'm glad Mr. Trump has made it without getting seriously unalived. I don't want to say that word. The U.S. has influence around the globe. Vote for the future. And for everybody else, P.S. Love you guys. Thank you so much from Japan. Awesome. $5 from Meg Osgood. Medical freedom and an end to all wars. Absolutely. Yes, that was on the ballot. 100%. I wonder if those of you who went to vote either today or before, did you get to punch a machine or color in bubbles? Because my hand was shaking. I was so nervous and I was like, this is like a coloring project. I should have brought a crayon. So that it took a really long time because I just wanted to keep making sure that my votes were counted. $2 from Justin Turley. Hey, y'all, Kucinich law. Oh, no. His Republican leading seat, go Trump. Kucinich lost. Okay, I'm sad to hear that. I thought he had a good chance. He was running as an independent. It's extremely difficult. This was something this was a district he'd won before.
Yeah, the 7th district of Ohio.
Yeah, we spoke to him here on Redacted about 6 months ago, and I had hope because he was a Democrat Party defector like myself who lost faith in that party due to their pro-war stance, pro-censorship stance.
Was one of the few constitutional Democrats that existed when he was in office.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that there's great things in his future and he has great influence.
Love Dennis Kucinich, always a nice guy. He was always nice to me, and in my times interviewing him at Fox and so forth. But it was not even close, and there wasn't, he got 11%. So at this stage, he's not going to win that. But anyway, as an independent, unfortunately. But again, I've said it a few minutes ago. Georgia, we're moments away from Georgia going for Trump and North Carolina going for Trump. Pennsylvania is leaning heavily Trump right now. About 100,000 votes right now up for Trump in Pennsylvania. I just want to talk about Georgia for a second because looking at some data on certain counties where Biden. What I wanted to look at is where did Biden perform? How did Trump perform last time compared to Biden? And right now in the same counties, Cobb County, Fulton County, and throughout Georgia, Trump has outperformed himself from last time significantly, and Kamala Harris has underperformed under Biden significantly. Those two things add up to bad news for Kamala Harris. And that is happening in county after county over in Georgia and throughout Pennsylvania and North Carolina. And as we mentioned earlier, now we fully Donald Trump winning Nebraska as well, and Iowa. If you just joined us a few minutes ago, the state of Iowa going to President Trump as well.
Indeed.
Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, 57% of the votes counted right now, and up about 110,000 votes right now in the state of Pennsylvania. This is very exciting.
Yes, indeed. All right, we'll go to some super chats, and then after this, we want to tell you one more time about our friends over at DeFi. 199 from Trucker Sosa Nelson. What about the gas price? Now, this is something I think about a lot because when Donald Trump left office on January 20th of 2021, he said to everyone as his parting words, get ready for $7 gas prices. That did then happen when the Ukraine war really hit a crescendo. Hopefully it has hit a crescendo. They have slightly trended down, but still quite high. So will gas prices then drop because this was something President Trump has promised? I myself am excited about clearly more affordable gas. But the things that, were we to see a definitive win for Republicans tonight, that I would feel like not just the anti-war stance, which I've said many times, is not just the border security, which is important to us all, not just safer cities. But could we then, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has said that he would remove fluoride from the water right away. In what cabinet position would he be able to do this? I am giddy with excitement over that, plus CIA disclosure, plus shrinking of government through Elon Musk, plus now Ron Paul, saying that he would advise on such economic measures. So that feels like the Halloween candy on the side. But right now we're busy working on the meal, so so to speak. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you for that comment about gas. I went on a tangent. $5 from Arthur Cottrell, Biden on pins and needles, hoping he wins. Does he still think he's on the ballot? I got to think, though, if there's any modicum of cognizance in that guy, he is watching with Schadenfreude Kamala Harris's numbers right now and saying, I told you, effers. I told you. You shouldn't have taken me off the ballot because it would not have looked like this. And it seems like that possibly might have been the case.
Elon Musk last night during that interview said that this is the last American election. If Democrats win this election, Kamala Harris wins this election, this would be the last American election, with hundreds of tens of millions of illegal immigrants being put into Democrat cities in red areas, and specifically then taking over and voting Democrat from here on out. This would be the last election. It seems like Americans have paid attention to this because the numbers that we're seeing now in areas that did not perform very well at all for Donald Trump last time are coming out tremendously for Donald Trump. And independent voters, this is going to be the real story, guys, is the amount of independent voters that voted for Trump. We won't know fully until for the next few days and the full level of independent votes for Trump. But right now it's looking stunning amount of numbers of independents that are registered independents or unaffiliated that are voting for Trump. And some of these exit polling data, it's pretty shocking, actually. Philip, if I drop some videos here in the video elements folder, would you be able to pull something out since we can't play it on my laptop?
Yes.
If I do that? Okay. So I'm going to do that. Just keep on Rogan. Yeah.
Redacted.
Or redacted. Yeah. I wonder how that would have, how that would have done for her to go on there to speak for that amount of time for 3 hours. It would have been. I think it would have been a disaster, personally.
Well,
I do too.
I do too.
Know.
She still could. Maybe post-election rundown. I would watch that for sure. Okay, let's check in again on Pennsylvania before we move on. Pennsylvania looking again.
Too close to call at this stage.
Yeah.
But Trump has a commanding lead right now, up about 100,000 votes right now in Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris just won the state of Rhode Island with 85% in there. No surprise on Rhode Island, the Northeast, of course. But it's just kind of fun right now to watch MSNBC sort of melt down.
You mean our race grifting doesn't work? We told you, you are disenfranchised and we're your only hope. That's interesting. What did you want to play?
Yeah, there it is. Oh, go down a little bit there, Philip. The CNN one. CNN, right? Yeah, if you grab that, that one. This is just moments ago, and this speaks specifically about independent voters. And this is independent voters in the state of Georgia. Watch CNN right now just have a meltdown a few moments ago about the huge amounts of independent voters coming out and voting for Trump in the state of Georgia. This was why I'm telling you that Georgia is about to go for Trump, and I know that they're going to call this in just a few moments here. Watch this.
Independent voters, they make up 31% of the electorate. That is a slightly larger share than what they made up 4 years ago. Trump is winning them by 11 points in these early exit poll results, 54% to 30%. Jake, 4 years ago, Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia. Jake.
Wow. David Chalian and Dana, that is really significant. We see some incremental changes here and there when it comes to young voters. She's doing slightly better. Non-college whites, he's doing slightly better. But that independent swing is wild.
It's a huge swing. And I just want to underscore what David said. It is a bigger percentage of the vote share. Last time around, it was 28% independents. I made up 28% of the Georgia vote, and now it is 30%. And, I was right, 31%. And it is a total flip. It's a complete flip.
Yeah. So this is the story. And this is the story you're seeing in Florida with a huge turnout from independent, unaffiliated voters. And I can't wait to see what the Florida numbers look like, but they are going to be stunning for Trump. You're seeing that in Georgia right now. And again, it's too close to call in Michigan, too close to call in Pennsylvania. But if that trend continues for independents across the United States, it's lights out for Kamala Harris.
We're going to lose Lady Gaga, you guys.
Yeah.
She said she's moving abroad.
All right, well, let's see if Georgia calls it here in the next minute. Let's see if we can actually say that President Trump will be reelected in a few moments, guys. We're getting very, very close to that. But first...
Well, it's Georgia and Pennsylvania we need. You're not speaking early.
Okay.
I told you many times.
And you do it.
No, you do it. I don't have it.
But first, I want to tell you about our friends at DeFi Technologies for sponsoring tonight's live stream of our special election coverage. This whole live stream is brought to you by DeFi Technologies, which I view as a leading issuer of exchange-traded products, ETPs, that provide simplified access to digital assets in the crypto space. They've launched the world's first yield-bearing Bitcoin ETP in collaboration with the Core Foundation, an organization dedicated to the development of the Core blockchain network, Core Chain. This offering provides investors exposure to Bitcoin with a 5.65% yield on the Nordic growth market. This is my most bullish crypto call. It's the only one that I own in my portfolio of stocks. And our friend Anthony Pompliano is a big backer of this company as well. I'm telling you what, we have the, I think we have the QR code, right, that the people can check out. If you go to defi.tech, you can learn more about it, or right there, right on your screen. See that big DeFi button right there? Just click on the QR code and learn more about DeFi, up over 200% this year. And if Trump gets elected, I expect to see sky's the limit for this company. So a big fan of DeFi.
Let's check back in on Bitcoin, which had...
So really quick, Clayton, I know you were the tech guy at Fox News, but you scan a QR code, you don't click it. Just throwing that out there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, man. I'm
tired,
my
man.
screen, too. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Jerky. Bitcoin, again, which has not gone above 70,000 per Bitcoin until today for the first time when numbers started rolling in, election results. It surpassed 70,000 for the first time. Now it's at 74,000 per Bitcoin. That's up 6,000 today alone, 9.6% today alone. And again, the reasons we think that is because President Trump has said that he wants the United States to stockpile Bitcoin since we no longer have a gold reserve. Or that we know about and never got a proper count of. And he thinks that this is a great way to hedge the U.S. dollar, whereas President Biden and the Biden-Harris administration has pretended like a central bank digital currency is Bitcoin, and you're too stupid to know the difference. So they would not favor stockpiling Bitcoin. So that's very exciting for those of us who sort of experienced the humongous drop in Bitcoin during the pandemic. To see it claw its way back is fantastic. So
the New York Times is now saying that President Trump is likely to win the presidency, an 87% chance of winning the presidency. The New York Times, 87% chance that Trump will likely win the presidency with 299 votes, electoral votes, 299. Too big to rig, right? Because if they pull this off and it's overwhelming, you would expect that Kamala Harris will come out tonight and concede this election.
Yes, as she should. We saw Hillary Clinton do that. We saw, that's sort of the way of it. So we would like to see that for unity and for the rest of us. How, though, I've been thinking about this too. In just a second, David. How can she turn her message around from let's be united, let's be together, but those of you voting for Trump are Nazis and fascists and racist and all of that. But yes, we're all going to be okay. How could somebody do that? You'd need a crazy talented public speaker, which we don't have in her. Go ahead, David.
Well, I was going to say, and if he also happens to win the popular vote, which it looks like he could, they'll lose their narrative of illegitimate president. Like they can't use that whole, this whole popular vote thing
right.
and winning by the Electoral College. They won't have that argument this time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they may just have to accept it, and they can, call us all racists and classists and all of those things and bigots and all of it. But unless they look internally and see why has their messaging and their policies failed us, then we'll see. So, Yeah. Okay. Still Pennsylvania counting votes. Donald Trump's lead is up over 200,000, close to 200,000 now, with 61% of the precincts reporting. Kamala Harris was up by 54% in that state, now is down at 48%.
Philip, I just dropped something in the folder just in on MSNBC. If you could pull that into the video folder, I want to play this. This is indicative right now of what you're going to hear from Democrats. You're going to hear from the liberal media, sort of the meltdown process that they're going through. And this is Joy Reid. Joy Reid is a nut job, of course, and she's, is looking like, really concerned, more concerned. And she's basically intimating that half the country, you guys are mentally ill, according to Joy Reid, because of what Trump has just said over the past few weeks. How could you have possibly voted for this guy? And this is the sort of meltdown that you're going to start to see tonight in the next few minutes. Once Georgia is called in the next few minutes and North Carolina is called for Trump, you're going to see a total meltdown. And so watch Joy Reid. This is a taste of it.
You just think about just the last 2 weeks and the things that Donald Trump has said into the TV that people could hear him say and do, the vulgarity in front of families with young children, and the threats to do mass deportation and a violent start to his dictatorship on day one, and you name it. If all of that gets you half of the votes,
49%.
What does it tell you? I mean, we need to really take a step back and think about what does that say about us.
Well, you don't know because you don't bother to talk to or understand Trump voters. When two Trump voters come together and nod their heads, what do you think that they are a silent agreement on? What kind of things? Is it like, yeah, we hate other people. Yeah, we hate, brown people. Well, a lot of Trump voters are dark-skinned now, are racial minorities. What is it? She has no idea for lack of trying to understand. You lied about the COVID pandemic. You lie continuously about war in Ukraine and the war in Israel. So could it be based on that, or is it just that these people? It shows a lack of humility. Like I said, I've been asking repeatedly, why does someone vote for Kamala Harris other than abortion? Is it just because they hate Trump, or is it because they don't care that the Biden-Harris administration has lost at least 300,000 young people to sex trafficking and labor trafficking? Do they not care? Do they not care that they could be dragged into a war based on a lie? Do they not care? Do they not care about pandemic measures, forced pandemic measures? I really do want to know why people would vote for a Biden-Harris other than abortion. I gotcha on abortion. I get that's important, but is that really the only reason? That and Trump derangement syndrome? I'm curious. We did have a super chat that said "Go Kamala," so hopefully that person lets me know.
Don't forget Joy. They're voting for Joy. Yeah.
Elon Musk moments ago said that Trump just won the election. Elon Musk, of course.
That's him saying that?
That's him saying this.
Okay.
But he pointed specifically to Polymarket. Look at this. Right now, there's a 93% chance that Trump wins the election, according to Polymarket. Moments ago, it was at 9% for Kamala. It just dropped to 7%. Again, and this is with Minnesota being too close to call, Pennsylvania being too close to call at this point, Georgia, North Carolina. I think we're moments away from those being called as well. So Polymarket and people putting their betting money on the line. It looks like this is about to happen.
And
folks.
Some reports do have 6 million votes? Trump ahead by 6 million votes in the popular vote, 52% in the popular vote to Harris's 46%. So we're about to see. And again, another betting Kalshi has Donald Trump win at 91%. So how much do we have in Pennsylvania? Counted 65%. It looks like 2 counties remaining. And we'll see. And President Trump's lead continuing to widen there, 50.7% of the vote there to 48.4% to Kamala Harris. Indeed, that is a close race, though. That's by no means comfortable.
Where? What?
In Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And Pennsylvanians are hotly divided, and hopefully they can find a way to come to a common ground. Hey, Democrats, if you're sad about this, at least anti-war, okay? That's it. That's at least we may have one fewer war if the war in Ukraine ends, because Zelensky's paycheck may dry up under a Republican administration. So if that is cold comfort for you, let's just start there. Where is our common ground? 1, Epstein didn't kill himself. 2, one fewer war. Can we feel better about that collectively? Can we start there? Okay.
Let's start there. And then maybe we can talk about the border, and you can start to see what's been happening in your liberal necks of the woods, where your police are underfunded, your schools are underfunded. You can't fix roads and bridges. Why? Because all of your city's resources have been used to go to illegal immigrants. Like Eric Adams in New York City has called out the disaster that is New York City and all of these liberal strongholds. So maybe you can have some awareness that things are not good in these liberal cities across the United States as a result of these policies, which have driven their city's resources into the ground. And you can call it xenophobic, you can call it whatever you want, but when there are tens of thousands of illegal immigrants now living in these cities, and they are being given money, debit cards, they're being given cell phones, room and board, and rent, and the people that live in those cities, like in the city of Chicago, where you have native residents of Chicago, which are being pushed out, this is a major problem. Hopefully you can become aware of that. And I think we're going to see a lot of that, as you pointed out, New York City's numbers tonight. Yes, he may have lost New York, President Trump did, but he did stunningly well in New York City.
Right. In certain New York boroughs, at least 3. Did we already talk about how it's projected that Ted Cruz will retain his Senate seat? We did. We're on that one?
We're on that one.
I apologize if I was out when that happened.
New York Times. Let's put the latest up from New York Times. The New York Times predicting an 87% chance that President Trump will win the election. This is from the New York Times, with 300 electoral votes. Not even close. That, my friends, is a landslide.
Yes.
That's a huge, huge Trump victory. And that's
the
too
red
big to
wave
rig.
everybody's been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to see in down ballot races how that all shakes out. Because,
right. But that's up from 279 electoral votes that they had just an hour ago. So as they continue to ratchet this up, and again, Bitcoin surging above 74,000, that's wild. It's so wild. Okay, let's go to a few more super chats, if you don't mind. $4.99 from Prepperines. Natali, I miss the vulgar language. If red wins, you can give an F yeah. Okay, I'll reserve myself for that. Thank you for that. €5 from Ronnie. Had some things in life, so I didn't have time to watch y'all as much a year ago, so I had a question. What happened to your office? The back wall. Yes, so we're still in transition. We did move. That studio is no longer in our possession, sadly. It was a good one. We had good times there, right?
Yes.
Good times.
So if you're watching us now, thank you guys for subscribing and being a part of our show. We're live every day at 4 p.m. Eastern time here at Redacted. This is sort of our temporary studio. I mean, it's kind of a permanent studio, but it's temporary for a few more months. And then our new studio is in the process of being built as we speak. Drywall is going in as we speak. Actually drywall went in this week. So anyway, we're building a brand new studio. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be the best studio you've ever seen. But anyway, this has kind of been a temporary space for us right now. And so forgive some of the, the warts and all, but it's served us, but it's going to be much more inviting and all of that. So we're building a great studio.
As you may know, we lived abroad for 5 years and we have repatriated. And I want to say that one of our goals was to be here for the election, just if for nothing else, because it's lonely to watch these things happen to your country and feel not a part of it. So thank you to everyone who's welcomed us back to from sea to shiny sea. Okay. Moving along, $1.99 from MK Rink, Roke Chandler. You guys are amazing. You're amazing. Thank you so much. $9.99 from Rochelle Glam. Thank you for staying up late and reporting, and for also wearing your fancy clothes. Thank you for wearing that fancy top. If that's what you're wearing right now, it's party time.
I welcome that.
Excellent.
That's a great outfit.
We dressed up. Okay, $7.99 from Gambit Aces. And Conservative women tend to cheer each other on. We're not hateful. Don't listen to the media. $7.99 from Gambit Aces. Trump 100% from UA. Is that Australia? Thank you so much for that. Or is that Austrian? AU? Is Austria?
Yeah.
No, because Austria uses the euro. Is that?
I'm
sorry.
Australian, probably.
Okay, thank you. $2 from McDude. Australia's prime minister needs a year fired. So yeah, that must have been Australia. Thank you. I'm not familiar with the currency symbol. Yeah, let's get those globalists out too. $2 from Mark Garrett. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was on the Wisconsin ballot today. Yes, he litigated to remove him. He litigated to get on, then he litigated to get off. They gave him the runaround, and so he was on the ballot in many states, including ours. So
Vallister, $10 super chat. Thank you. Nick Ship says, Redacted is one of the very few I trust. Thank you, Nick. Vallister says, nice to see Clayton loosened up. Y'all are great. You present the facts and let me do the thinking. Thank you. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say.
That's nice of you to say. That's what we're going for. Yeah. We don't want to lead you anywhere other than along with us with the research that we try and do to deserve you.
Polls closing in about a minute out west, California, Idaho, Oregon, Washington. So, Philip, you're out there in the Pacific Northwest. Yes. What do you think is going to happen in your corridor? How far are you from Portland, Oregon?
It's about like a 20-minute drive, give or take, to Portland. I'm in Washington State, just across the river. So. But
just across the river in Washington.
Yep.
Big riots in Seattle today.
Were there?
I wouldn't think so. I mean, I like Washington, Oregon, and California. You know, like the proposed like Pacifica. I mean, I'd say it's 100% going to go all blue. It's just like your vote almost doesn't matter if like that's why like people burning ballot boxes in Washington. I'm like, what's the point? It's because Seattle, Portland, they like, even though the majority of the state is typically red and rural, the population centers are just too massive for it to really change anything. I would be absolutely shocked if Oregon went red. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Okay, we got new projections here, and California. Oh my gosh, California just voted for Kamala Harris.
The shocker that Philip just predicted actually happened. How did you know that?
And we can officially call it. Idaho just voted for Donald Trump. Idaho, 4 electoral votes for Donald Trump, just in on that. And Washington State, too close to call, too early to call in Washington State. Interesting. Also, just a few minutes ago, of course, police just broke up and stopped massive riots that were unfolding in Seattle, Antifa riots. The police just kind of put a lockdown on that in Seattle, city of Seattle. I'm going to drop something else here into the folder for you, Philip. This is just moments ago. This is pretty fascinating. And it's titled, shoot, I just lost my, where did it go? Oh, sorry.
It's called Breaking. Shoot, I just lost my.
It's called Breaking. Hashtag Breaking.
Oh, okay.
Hashtag Breaking. So put that in there. Pennsylvania still too close to call. Michigan too close to call. Trump down in Michigan by about 74,000 votes right now in the state of Michigan. Wisconsin too close to call, but Trump up about 28,000 votes.
And his lead in Pennsylvania, the key battleground state of Pennsylvania, 200,000 votes. He's leading with 68% of the count.
CNN now reporting that Kamala Harris's headquarters has fallen into complete silence, according to Raw News Alerts. Crowds of supporters visibly tense. They're pacing back and forth, and a lot of people there apparently beginning to lose hope. This is CNN reporting this. Watch.
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from Harris aides that they feel good about Georgia, but it is very, very close. The blue wall still remains the best option for her in this moment.
Yeah.
So it turns out joy and identity politics just aren't good enough.
Apparently not. Apparently not. So silence. You're looking for bright spots in the map. I don't know where you're going to find these like bright spots in the map at the moment, because Georgia, I'm telling you, is about to go Trump. The data, I'm looking at the math. Yes, I'm not the Associated Press and I don't have the authority, but I'm telling you, Georgia is going to go Trump. The math doesn't add up for her. For Kamala Harris, and neither does North Carolina. The number right now, 86% of votes counted in North Carolina, and Trump is up by hundreds of thousands of votes. Where are you going to make up these votes? The same with Georgia, 120,000 votes or 150,000 votes right now. Trump up significantly in Georgia. It's not going to happen with over 90% of votes counted right now. It's not going to happen. So they can look for like bright spots. Like the bright spots that you're looking for right now are pretty, pretty difficult to find. I'm going to say that right now. I don't know where you're going to find any bright spots, other than if you're hoping like Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Arizona all go to you, maybe. But that doesn't look like that's going to happen either, because right now it's heavily leaning towards Trump in Wisconsin and Arizona and Minnesota. So Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. Again, I don't know where you're going to make up these votes right now, but very, very difficult for you to do that. And poly market numbers, again, people betting lines right now looks really bad. 93% right now for Trump, 6% for Kamala Harris right now. This is crazy. But they're holding out hope. They're holding out hope. I don't know where they're going to find this hopes and dreams.
I don't know why
right
it shocks me to see that to think Arizona would go blue. Like that just seems like another state like Texas that should be just completely red.
What state is that? I'm sorry.
Arizona.
Yeah, I know it should be totally red, right?
Yeah.
But you get all of the California influence, all of the Californians that move to Arizona. So you get all of those liberals that move there.
I mean, is Phoenix a liberal city? Like, because that's really the only big city in Arizona, right?
Scottsdale.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the university is there, and so yeah, Scottsdale
and of course Pima County, even though it's a border county, tends to vote Democrat, and it's kind of crazy. You got Tucson and Pima County, you've got and of course Phoenix and Maricopa County, and then up into Coquino County. Am I saying that right? Coquino County, up in northern part of Arizona. Is Flagstaff in Coquino County? Any Arizonans watching tonight? I love the city of Flagstaff, but I don't know, is it in Coquino County or is it in Mojave
Beautiful
County?
Country too up there.
Yeah, I love it. But right now, again, 50% of votes counted there. Trump winning nicely so far. Not nicely, about 3,000 votes. Sorry, 3,000 votes right now are the only difference between Trump and Harris in the state of Arizona, for electoral votes up for grabs. So most polls are now closed across the United States, and that means it's coming down to the blue wall. The blue wall is what we're watching right now. The blue wall, of course, means Pennsylvania. It means Michigan, Wisconsin. And he's already picked up one of these areas in the Rust Belt of Ohio. And he's, of course, won Indiana. But now we're watching Michigan, we're watching Pennsylvania, and we're watching Wisconsin and Minnesota. So can the blue wall hold for Kamala? Can the blue wall hold for Kamala? That is the question. And Georgia, like I said, is about to go for Trump in moments, I believe. North Carolina and Georgia, unless I'm wrong, but I will stake my reputation on it that that's going to happen. You know when you know something?
Well, that's weird because I'm kind of watching the Georgia vote, and they had 90% counted, and now it's to 88. So they
say that again.
2% of it. I said Georgia was at 90% counted for quite a while, and now it's at 88% counted. So they uncounted 2% of the vote.
Yeah, let me check in on this Trump number here on New York Times. The New York Times, the liberal rag. Some internet issues at the moment here. Do we have any more super chats we could take for a second here while I get my stuff together? Why is this internet grinding to a halt?
What did I miss during my bathroom break? Let's see.
Well, most of the polls closed, and I was saying that we're watching the blue wall right now. The blue wall, if it holds for Kamala, can it hold in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan? Doesn't look like it's going to. And a big piece of that in the Rust Belt of Ohio has gone to Trump. So, we were playing sound from CNN just moments ago, and the sounds from their campaign saying they're just pretty much silent right now. Then they're very nervous, walking around in circles and sort of pacing because they're trying to find bright spots. Mm-hmm. The Kamala Harris team is trying to find bright spots, and they're just not finding any of them.
And the gap widening in Pennsylvania, which they really had set their hopes on. Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, Oprah touring Pennsylvania. They put a lot of resources into Pennsylvania. So that did not seem to hold out. Now, Donald Trump has 51% of the votes in to Kamala Harris's 47.9. She had been leading there before, but now, again, Donald Trump keeps that stronghold of about 200,000 votes, even with all of the voters who were not able to vote on time, who had machine problems, who had disk problems. We've reported that earlier today. Even with that, there seems to be a strong turnout for Donald Trump. Moving over to the betting sites now, they're putting that at 90% of a win for President Trump. And the New York Times, the current Electoral College has 214 electoral votes for Donald Trump and 179 for Kamala Harris. And they are predicting that he will end up with 301 electoral votes, which would be quite a lot. I don't remember how much he earned when he won in 2016. Do you recall? We'll have to look that up. So as Clayton continues to do some research and dig, I'll take your super chats. I just stepped outside for a second and I'm freezing. Okay, 20 Australian dollars from Alco Cargo Pig. Report from the high seas. Large swells rolling in President Trump's direction. Chilly Kamala storm fading to nothing. Yes, I do think that Democrats are going to have to look back and ask themselves, why did we think that she would do better than President Biden? Is it just because President Biden is so senile? Did we literally have nobody else? Why did we think this? Is it because we've been lecturing people about race and skin color and gender, and we thought we could do well on that message? $10 from Sebastian Knight. What are the odds that there would be a civil war if Trump didn't win, based on the way the left and the leftist machine have polluted perspectives with biased media sources and unfair representations? I do think the media is having a terrible night because the media has thrown their full court press against getting Donald Trump losing. They have done everything in their power to hit at RFK Jr., at Vance. I saw a hit piece last week about Usha Vance, about how she can't possibly love JD Vance because she's Indian, because of her skin color. She can have no original thought. So the media, no matter what they say, they're losing. So that is a bit of, I'm enjoying that quite a lot. Moving on. Wendy Sue, 199. Fight, fight, fight. Go Trump. We love you guys. I love you too, Wendy Sue. Thank you so much for that. And thanks for being here tonight with us.
You know, what was on the ballot tonight, of course, was the economy, inflation, and grocery prices, gas prices. And for Democrats to have forgotten this and try to talk around it and actually calling more attention to it. This was, of course, the great conundrum. She was never, I don't see how in the world she could have possibly won this election with the economy the way that it is, and then working in the administration while simultaneously saying you were involved in every decision that President Biden made. You were there for every decision. And then telling voters in television ads all across the country that you're going to fix the high prices. You're going to make billionaires pay their fair share. We're going to fix rent prices. We're going to make sure that you can afford your groceries. You're in power now. How are you going to explain that? And voters are not stupid. And I think this is why you're seeing this massive tidal wave right now, and really a landslide in a lot of ways. And MSNBC is just melting down at this moment. It's just kind of funny to watch Joy Reid just lose her mind again. Here she is just moments ago losing her mind, calling Florida an extremist right-wing fascist state. Watch.
It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida. And that kind of extreme, sort of extremist right-wing fascist type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place?
Yeah. I hope she never goes there and visits.
Right. Yeah. Now, the Associated Press actually has California not too bad in many places for President Trump. Of course, he's not expected to win California by any stretch, but he has performed well there even still. With only 4% of the votes in, he has 32%. So it's likely he'll get upwards of 40% in California. My father, who just came from the polls in California, says he knows a lot of Trump voters in California. And even if Trump isn't supposed to win there, Californians still have a lot of hope in the Republican Party after the hell that Democrats have put them through. And California is ground zero for what a Kamala Harris government could be, with crime rates soaring through the roof, illegal immigration, biopharmaceutical companies that are making all the decisions about transgender children, sanctuary state for transgender children, no parental rights. So yeah, California has become a cautionary tale, but there are people there who still, my dad says, don't push us out into the blue ocean yet. Like, we still have some free thinkers there. So even though one of Clayton's favorite hobbies is to dump on my home state of California, they're still good there. Clayton.
Are they?
Yes.
There's still a few. There's still a few in California turned into a liberal hellhole. But Elon Musk was right that this was going to be our last election, and if the United States would turn the way of California, and this dystopic hell that is California. So I'm glad to see that. Americans have woken up. I'm going to put another one here in the folder because this is just too good to pass up. As we're getting videos now, this is what you're going to start to see. A lot of people. CNN is trying to interview people in Virginia, and a lot of the folks who are leaving these exit polls saying that they voted for Trump, and then CNN is asking to do interviews with them, and they're basically saying, no, we don't want to be interviewed because they don't want their colleagues and people in Virginia to know that they voted for Trump. In New York City, these videos are going viral of girlfriends finding out that their boyfriends have voted for Trump. This is unbelievable. This is posted just a few minutes ago. This is going viral. Girlfriends finding out that their boyfriends voted for Trump. Watch this.
Stupid fucking whore! So I'll just shut the fuck up!
Oh, we